an individual who had seemingly taken control of the lizard folk and seemed to be partially responsible for this newfound aggression, defining their behavior for the last few months. The party infiltrating the lair of the lizard folk at the behest of one ally from within the tribe, a lizard folk known as Hosk, requested the party's aid in defeating Otum. After an unusual encounter with Ziam, your former guide, the party found itself invited into an arena, whereupon they faced down with Otum, who in his arrogance seemed to think that the preparations he had made would have been enough to take out this newfound group of intruders.
Game, your mic is clicking a lot.
I'm sorry. I don't know why it does that. Sorry about that.
As the dust settled and the final blow being delivered by one Morris Armstrong, the lizard folk Otum lies nearly bisected on the floor of his own arena.
Oh shit.
As the remaining lizard folk seem to kind of gather around in a hushed, tense silence. Those lizard folk you can see seem to be looking around amongst each other, and there is a low murmur and kind of hiss as they communicate amongst themselves.
Good thing I can understand what they're saying.
It's a low hiss. I can't even understand it.
The only snippets that you managed to catch, Theon,
Yeah.
they seem to involve usually younger ones asking older ones, what do we do now? You hear, are they here to kill us? You hear, Otum has fallen, do we join with them? You hear a variety of different topics. And as you look around, there are still a number of lizard folk that are armed and armored, but they just seem to be staring at you kind of tensely, waiting for some kind of engagement.
Can I do a quick check for Hosk or those other guys that we helped?
Make a perception check.
I don't get my guy out yet.
Oh, I gotta grab my dice.
Penis.
Penis
Balls.
and balls.
Vagina.
Ass titties.
Ass. Titties.
Okay.
Titties.
Has my mic been clicking at all since you guys been talking?
Titties.
I mean,
No.
No, I haven't heard it.
Okay. So I don't know why. I don't know what does it. Okay.
Okay. Got my dice.
Titties. Ass.
Okay.
Titties.
Perception check. Here we go. And
Perceive like a motherfucker.
a 6.
You rolled a 6 or 6 total?
6 total. It's -1. I rolled a 7.
You look
That's
around and
how subtraction works.
you do see lizard folk that match the same kind of coloration, arms, and armament of the ones you encountered before, but none that seem to stand out to you as familiar. You do not see Hosk.
I do not see Hosk, but there are ones that look familiar to him.
No, when you encountered the lizard folk where you ended up talking to them, there was the larger one in red, and he and Hosk talked to each other,
Yes.
and then Hosk left, and that larger red one, and Han, you haven't seen him since then, and there were some soldiers that were with him And there are other individuals that look like those soldiers and Enhan did, but you don't see anyone familiar. As in similar coloration.
So, um. I walk over to Mo and kind of like nudge him and kind of show him the people over there because I don't want to go anywhere
Over where?
by myself. I don't know.
How are you
Solwyn,
showing
Pedwin,
him
and
to me?
the entangle spell that you are bound by disappears.
Oh, thank God.
I light up a blunt.
Oh,
Guys,
And I-
I have to tell you out of game that this beer is fucking amazing.
what type of beer is it?
It's called Robert Burns Scottish Export Ale.
Oh, sounds
And I
fancy.
just looked it up online and discovered it's 8% also.
Surely the bottle would say that too, wouldn't it?
It's a growler. I got it from the bar down the way.
Right.
So
I'm
no, it
gonna-
doesn't say anything.
By the way, I'm gonna completely ignore Drac, turn around and walk up to Pedwin, hand him his old backpack, and say, "Good to have you back, buddy."
Aw, yeah, look at all that stuff.
After saying, I just kind of like stare at Pedwin, just flabbergasted, like, why are you back? And then I finally ask him, where did you go?
You know, it's a long story. I'll tell you when we're not surrounded by a bunch of bad guys.
Um,
Long story
Can I
short,
do-
I learned a lot of magic.
Oh,
I
yes,
look-
you did.
I look back at where we came from for Honos. Because that guy has been gone.
You look around for Honos. Yeah, I guess make another perception check. I won't use the same one.
I mean, I'd be fine if you did. That would be a 18.
Looking around, you don't see anyone that even matches the profile or look of Honos. He is nowhere to be seen. And thinking back, you don't recall him. You don't recall seeing him for a little while now.
Thinking back, you don't recall him ever existing at all. Ooh, it's spooky!
To be honest, I was kind of expecting that.
It's the pod people.
Crab people.
By the way, do you say pod people out loud?
Doug Prep Course died 40.
No.
Okay.
God, I would have
Um,
been so happy if one of you got that reference.
I would like to walk over to Otum and pull off the skull showing the tattoo or something that the guy was telling us about.
So you, Theon, you walk up to the body of Otum.
Otum!
As you kneel down and you grab what remains of the skull itself is actually cloven on one side. So there's maybe 90% and then 10%.
Yep.
And as you peel that away, you put your hand on it at first, and then you have to peel the hand back momentarily because it is much hotter than you were expecting.
Ow.
But you
Hot
managed
as
to.
in temperature or hot as in sexy?
God damn it.
I mean, temperature for sure.
My hands are
Is-
well adjusted to heat.
And as you peel the skull back, this long kind of, well, battered now. There are burn marks all over the body from flaming spheres and moonbeams.
Oh yeah, I remember that shit.
But the skin underneath the skull has seemingly not been touched by any of that fire. However, in the very center of his forehead, above the eyes, there is a large black symbol emblazoned there. And the skin around that is burned. It is burned severely, more so than any other skin on his body.
Do I know what that stands for, or what the symbol is?
What languages do you know?
I know. I believe we went through this.
Ooh, are we reading
Common,
things?
Common, Elvish, Draconic, Dwarvish, Undercommon, and Giant.
You do not recognize the symbol.
Are we
I
reading things now? I go up
look
to
back
the thing.
at the party. I'm not sure what kind of stuff.
Edwin, you can look if you want.
I
Nasty.
go up to it, and I sit down, and I begin ritual casting comprehend languages.
All right.
Just
Meanwhile-
everything.
It's going
Meanwhile,
to take 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Ziam is like fucking traumatized because he was not expecting this. He wasn't ready for it. He just is sitting on the ground playing his lute. Little sad tune. That's it.
All right.
It's haunting.
I just snap out of some sort of blackout, and I don't know what happened, but I'd like to loot. I'd like to loot something. Take some loot. Not sure
the
where I
closest-
am.
You look around, and the nearest things you can see to loot are, well, where you came in has been barricaded now with kind of spiked wooden barricades that were pushed into place. You see two of your allies kneeling on, well, one kneeling by the body, the other sitting in meditation. This recently arrived pink-haired gnome. Beside either,
I like how the gnome that appeared out of the sky is now performing some sort of evil ritual on the body of the dead leader. No one's stopping him.
yeah, no one seems to mind.
Looks good to me.
Wait, who's the gnome who appeared from the sky?
Oh,
Are you
You
asking?
heard him
Mrs.
referred to
Gilly
as
or
Pedwin.
Ziam?
Oh, but Pedwin, he appeared like back like an hour ago, not like right now.
More
Right?
No,
I'm curious.
probably
a
like
minute ago.
5 minutes
Start of the
ago.
battle.
At the beginning
It's been
of the
about-
battle.
It's been about 30 or 45 seconds since Pedwin's arrival. Well, a little more than that now.
Let's say 2 minutes.
Yeah, 2 minutes sounds about right.
I would like to inquire to Big Mo as to who this little guy is.
Pedwin.
Nice.
Yep.
I quickly shoot Pedwin a couple of finger guns.
I'm
He's busy.
ritualing. I'm not paying attention to anything else.
I'm sitting
Pedwin
right
is,
in front
is
of you.
sitting-
If your eyes are open, you saw me do it.
Wait, his name's
eyes are closed.
Pedwin?
His eyes are
Is he-
closed in a handstand.
Is he into little boys?
Whether or not he is up to you to ascertain. So, Sorwin, you can also look around and see. There is a dead creature over here with armor and some kind of harness on. Crudely made, but it is lying there motionless.
Yeah, I'd like to check that
hang
guy.
on, hang on.
Appears to be a
Let
kind of
me
wooden
point out to
construction.
Sorwin. Oh wait,
Are there traps in here? I don't want
As
to.
you look around, there are two holes. One in front of this watchtower and one off to the side. There.
Are those bad guys over there? The two guys on the left and the other guy? And that watchtower?
They are. You do see other lizard folk in the arena, but no one appears to be engaging you.
Where was that loot? How close is it to those guys? I don't want to go over there. Those guys are. mean.
Well, the fallen creature is over here,
Yeah.
and the wooden structure at the back is, well, at the back.
Huh. Just gonna chill here, trying to ascertain what's going on. Kind of freaking out right now, but I'm trying to keep it cool. I just have no idea what just happened and how I arrived here.
Sounds like you should smoke something.
Oh, I am. and I am also as a character. Yeah, I'll just chill.
Okay, Zium, Theon, Morris, are you doing anything while Pedwin is continuing his ritual casting?
Am I able to loot Otun's body while he's doing the ritual, or would that
Certainly.
disrupt it? Would that disrupt it?
It will not disrupt it.
Okay, then I will loot his body.
Roll a D100.
A D100
Ooh, I know it even existed.
slash roll.
If you're doing it manually, then you can just use two different 2d10s or two different d10s.
Oh yeah, let's do
Usually
that.
That's what the,
They have-
Let's do
That's
that.
what they have the percentile die for.
Yeah.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, that'd be 63.
Okay, I need you to roll 3d6 now.
3d6.
Yes.
Someone's gonna die.
Someone's gonna get 3d6 worth of gold.
Ooh.
Worth of gold. Yeah, I
Okay.
bet that's what's happening.
I was
That's-
thinking 3d6 worth of damage.
That's 1 6, a 3, 9, and a 2, so 11.
You find 110 gold
slap
pieces?
11 times with Zium.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's awesome. Woo!
110 gold pieces.
Wow, drinks on you.
Oh. I thought it was a lot of slapping 5. Bad.
And you find a potion. You find a crude glass vial that seems to have been scavenged. It's slightly chipped and a little dirty.
Just a glass vial, anything inside it?
Oh yes, there's a liquid inside.
Okay. So,
Drink it.
crude glass vial. No,
Wait to
because
drink it
there
until right
is-
before you're gonna have sex.
what color is the
Yeah.
liquid?
It's Viagra.
It makes you get laid.
It is. There's actually 3 layers
it's
to it.
Viagra colored.
The top layer is brown, the middle layer is silver, and the bottom layer is gray. And even as you move the vial around and kind of swill it around, it fails to mix those layers. They remain as those colors distinctly.
Ooh.
Guys, I just want
Okay.
to tell you, I have a slap bracelet. Are you jealous of that?
Kind of.
A little bit.
Can I
They gave it to me when I went to this like 80s themed escape room a couple weeks ago.
80s themed escape room.
Have you heard of those like escape room things?
Yeah.
It's
I
like
love escape rooms.
it's like a fad right now or whatever. It was the first one I ever went to. It's fun.
I've been to 4.
Have they always been different?
other than that,
Yes.
That's
other
cool.
than that, I would like to pull out my the enchanted parchment from Arari. And
Okay.
see if there's anything else added. to
Oh
it.
shit.
There should. I think I've updated it. Check and see if there's something new.
Which one would it be in? The Tattered Journals?
It's under Tattered Journals, yeah.
The one starting with for once.
Yes.
Okay.
Is anyone else doing anything?
I'm reading.
I'm continuing to play a melancholy tune while at the same time wondering where a 33-year-old could get weed.
Boston.
Boston. That seems like a little much.
Or it sounds like Canada. So.
All right. Pedwin, as you spend the next 10 minutes in a handstand, waving slowly, you reflect upon what your experience was, and it's strange. Now that you're back, it forms the contrast of how long you were away. But whenever you're trying to remember where you've been and what happened to you, it's so difficult. All you have are vague impressions of very, very strong moments, very profound moments. You remember seeing
Penis.
you remember being within great emptiness
Of
and
penis.
seeing strands of color
Penises. Come.
and supporting membranes of different
Penis.
kinds of energy as they arc through incredible distances, spanning the largest and smallest environments you can think of. You remember hearing words from something.
Penis.
You remember seeing into the nature of what magic is and starting to understand how malleable that is when you know how to look at it the right way and influence it correctly. And as all this happens, you come down from your handstand, and Morris, you're right next to him, yeah? Or no, Theon's right next to him. Anyway, whoever's looking at Pedwin, they see as he comes down from this handstand, he opens up his eyes, and there is just a light pink white light that flashes within them momentarily and then dims. And Pedwin, as you look down, you see emblazoned on the forehead in charred skin, you see two words.
I have to be
Done-
touching it to read it.
Oh, you have to be touching the symbol or touching the creature?
Touching whatever surface the words are on to read it. And
All right, so you-
it kind of feels icky. So I'm going, eh.
So you cringe as you put your hand across it, and as your fingers run over the surface of this charred, tough skin, part of it kind of flaking off as you do so and leaving a dark residue on your fingertips. You come to understand two words. And the first is indicating some kind of position of superiority. And the closest translation you can think of is master. And then the second word is referring to
Slave.
remains, is referring to decay, is referring to what is left behind, and the only word that fits it to you is bones.
Look at the
Master Boner.
What language is it?
The language is abyssal.
That's demons, right?
Yeah. That would make sense if it was a demon.
I say, this guy is fucking crazy.
What guy?
The guy I'm touching.
Oh, yeah. Probably.
He made a deal with demons. That shit's crazy.
Can we show the crowd this guy's head and then maybe throw Otum in the fire pretty quick here, guys?
Sounds like a good idea. I kind of nudge him over towards I forgot your name.
Mo?
No, Drex's name.
Theon.
Theon. Nudge him over towards Theon. It's like, you do the honors. I'm gonna clean my hands. And kind of wipe it on the dirt.
Yeah, it's not really my style, and I ask Mo if he could do it.
What am I doing?
You're
You
the one
are
who needs to tell them
showing
what's going on.
you are showing
What's going
the
on?
head to all of the people in like around the arena.
Is it O'Toomb's head?
The head is still attached to the body right now.
So I pick up the head.
The head
The
is-
body comes
okay.
with it.
Attach it.
Yep.
The body.
The
Wait,
body
Wait, if
comes
there's
with
one
it.
thing I've learned
Okay.
from D&D, it's that you have to pickle the head.
And
Just pickle it.
I hold it up as high as I can and go, "Oh, Tomb is dead. We are better," and then drop the body, and then walk back towards the entrance.
Let's piece out of here, bros.
So Morris, you hold up body of O'Toole.
Mm-hmm.
It is heavy. And
I
you
can
hold
pick
it up.
right?
You
I
can
don't
pick
have
it
any
up.
problems picking it up. Okay.
It takes both arms, but you pick it up.
Okay.
And as you hold it up, any of the lizard folk, the communication, the chatter stop. And many of the soldiers and many of the civilians, for lack of a better term, are just watching you as you hold this. You bellow out in common. O'Toole is dead. We are better. The words not seeming to have much impact. And then you say you drop the body or you throw it in the fire.
Oh.
He drops the body.
Oh.
I
Yeah, I just dropped the body.
Alright.
Like a mic drop almost, and then
annoyed. I
entrance.
take a quick look to see if there's anybody like approaching or a person that looks to be of power. And I start dragging the body over to the person so that they can see the symbol on the head before we leave.
All right. So, as you begin dragging the body, the barricades at the back entrance here pull aside slightly. And you can see behind it a number of lizard folk soldiers and more individuals that match the look of the ones that were wearing or clad in red, but you see that whatever red clothing they were wearing, they appear to have discarded, and some are in the process of washing red paint off of their bodies. And one comes forward. You don't
Sounds like a bunch of Fairweather fans.
recognize him at first, Theon, but as he steps forward and he begins speaking to you, you do recognize Enhan.
Okay.
And he looks down at O'Toole, and he looks up at you.
I kind of readjust his head so he can see clearly the two symbols.
He looks at the mark emblazoned on O'Toole's head, and you see him recoil and pull his head back, and a look of kind of contempt and disgust comes across his face. He then turns to you. What now?
We burn the body immediately. Something possessed O'Toole, and we cannot take the chance that it might possess somebody else.
You see Enhan nod, and he goes to one side of O'Toole, and he kind of scoops up half of the body, and then he looks expectantly towards you.
I go over there and I lift the other half.
All right, you scoop your arms underneath, and the two of you haul the remains of O'Toole, and you begin dragging him towards the fire.
Can I do a quick check of that fire just to see if it's just a normal fire and not like of arcane nature or summoned?
So you're checking for magic around the fire?
I am checking to see if the fire itself is some kind of ritual.
Make an investigation check.
Oh my god.
I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Oh my god. An 8.
You look around at it, and it doesn't seem to. I mean, it's a big fire. It's hot.
I kick one of the logs jutting out just to see if like the reaction is very fire-like sparks coming up out of the flames and all that stuff.
You kick a loose stick, which then kind of falls further inwards towards the fire. You see it crumble and ash. And you see embers kick up around it. Seems pretty fire-like.
Okay. And I kind of like give him a cue as I'm kind of like, like rocking the body to throw him up there. And
All right, and the
make
two of
to
you,
throw it.
gather momentum and you pitch O'Toomb's body. Make a strength check.
Oh, I hate you.
Hey man, you're doing some
check,
requiring
right?
strength.
Good. But it's with advantage, right? Because there's a dude helping me.
Make a strength check.
You can't.
What'd you
You
roll?
might not want to leave, Steve-O.
I'm
It's
back.
a natural 1, but I have a strength of -1, so a 0.
You fall into the fire.
All right, so Theon, as you go to throw the body in, the strength that Enhan puts into his throw is pretty significant, and you're not really ready for the shift in momentum of O'Toomb's body, and you kind of get pinned a little bit between, like, your arm is under his arm, the body gets pushed towards you, so it presses against your arm, and you're kind of like in an arm lock of your own making as it gets lurched forward and thrown into the flames.
I
Make a
misty
dexterity
step.
saving throw.
I
you're gonna-
misty step to the other side of the fire to where I can see. Because it's a bonus action, so I
Okay,
can do that.
okay.
correct?
Yes, you can. All right, so mark off your casting of Misty Step. So you disappear in a cloud of silvery smoke as you do so, you turn and you see Enhan kind of looks and sees what's happened, and you see a momentary bit of concern on his face, and he kind of reaches forward in your direction before you disappear in mist and then reappear on the other side of the fire, about 8 or so feet away.
Sweet.
You hear a number of
I just look at Enhan and I say, that could have ended badly.
as you reappear on the other side of the fire. You can see now that many of the remaining lizard folk, having witnessed O'Toomb's form being thrown on top of the fire, begin to cheer and clap, and you can hear like a general kind of din of excitement.
Is the other body portion, because you said he was like bisected?
No, he was partially
another-
bisected.
Okay, so all of him is in the fire right now.
Yes.
I ask Enhan, and I ask him, where is Hosk?
And Han walks up to you, and you see in his hand is the large tooth that was hanging from around O'Toomb's neck.
Oh.
And as you
okay.
take a closer look at it, it is very large. It is nearly the length of your forearm, and it appears to be a very, very large snake fang. However, the end of it appears to be kind of bound in kind of tough and rugged material, like different kinds of leathers and batting, and essentially to be able to grab a hold of one end of the fang.
So
He looks to you and says, "Husk has gone to stop the others. Without this, I do not know what will happen."
this is a proof of death.
This is the ancestor serpent fang. It comes from Semwanya. Who holds this speaks to the tribe. And the tribe listens.
Do you know which direction Husk went?
Well, you know which direction Hosk went.
Do I?
Sounds like somebody's the new king of the lizard men.
Nope, not me. We need to get this to Husk. I'm not putting that shit on.
Well, he needs. We know where he is because he just said that he's going to stop
The other people. So
The
I would
army.
assume he's going back towards the Elven village. Okay, then I would shout at the others, we need to leave, and we need to leave now. They are on their way. And am I able to write stuff while we run? Because if so, I would like to write on the enchanted parchment. A lizard army is arriving.
Well,
What are we gonna
we-
do against a lizard army?
We are going to give the snake tooth to Hosk as a proof of victory of Otun.
Why don't we just have Game do it, or whatever his character's name is? Is it?
What am I doing?
Sorwin?
How?
He can turn into a fucking bird and get there.
Oh, faster? As in just like tell him to go?
Assume so.
Didn't you already make him use
Yeah,
his
did
beast
you
form
use
today?
two? I can use two.
Hmm.
Or you
so.
can use 2.
Yeah,
per short rest.
for sure. Rest.
I think I only made him do bird form once, right?
Yeah, I think it was owl as we were headed to Otun.
Cool. Okay, I turn into an owl, and what am I doing?
I hold up a necklace
I
and
I
it's
swoop
a-
in and grab the necklace.
and we say, "Take this to Hosk. He's on his way to the Elven village."
How do I know where he is? How do I know where that is? Do I know where that is?
You have to keep.
You have-
perception.
You have a vague recollection of where the Elven village is.
All
You've
right.
been in this forest a
You're
number
a
of times.
fucking owl.
Kelly, you're a goddamn. Okay.
All you can say is who.
Whoo! Hoo! 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 And I fly away into the distance.
You know who you're looking for?
Hosk.
You know who Hosk is?
He's the lizard guy.
There are a lot of lizard guys.
The
Quite a
only
few
lizard
lizard guys
guy.
If you're wondering if he has seen him before, right?
Yeah, I've
Yeah.
been hanging out with him.
Okay.
I know where
I'm
he
just
is.
asking if you know who he is.
He should do a history check if he can't describe him that well.
He's got lizard skin,
Yup, he's definitely got lizard skin.
and he's got a tattoo on his back.
And Sorwin, all these.
Was that right?
You're reflecting upon
Yeah.
all of these facts
it.
that you know about Hosk as you're flying away. And you leave your party because you kind of this area is a relatively large clearing, so you're able to just catch air, and you immediately begin heading southward towards the cliffs where you know the Elven village is in that direction.
Perhaps we as a party should start making our way there too.
Sounds like a plan, Stan.
As we start moving, I
Morris.
quickly scroll on a piece of paper to Arari that a lizard army is on its way,
Well,
and
they
we are
know
on our
that.
way to stop it. Well, we were
All right,
going
so-
to stop the army. I'm just saying it's on its way.
And they. Never mind.
I just write on there, lizard army on its way, and we continue going.
All right, so Theon, as you put the quill down, you touch it to the page, and the message you received from Arari disappears. And you write down your message, and just stays there. And as per the enchantment, at noon it will transmit itself to where Arari is.
And by the one that you were saying went away was the one that was in the Tatter journals.
I just want to say
Yes.
that when Sorwin turned into an owl, I stopped playing a sad song and just kind of smirked and
Play
Like,
me
wiggled a
off.
bit.
Play me off.
yeah, and then I played like a
Play taps.
A jaunty owly tune.
Yeah, a jaunty tune, like a Flight of the Bumblebee type shit, but not Bumblebee.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be able to hold the. I mean, I could, but I wouldn't be able to hold the thing.
Pass Zium, I say, well, they shouldn't bother you anymore. You are free to leave.
Wait a minute. Hold up for a second. Can I turn into a bumblebee?
You have already used your remaining usage of.
No, yeah. I mean, not right now. I mean, like in general.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay. That's
You're gonna
cool.
make your own honey or something?
I'm gonna sting somebody in the face.
And then you're gonna tear your stinger out, and then take the point of damage applied to your reverse forms.
Yes.
And then you'll be soaring right in their face, but they got stung by a fucking bee.
Maybe they're allergic to it. Maybe they're
You'll be
allergic.
standing right next to them, and they'll be like, "Ow, that was really rude."
It really hurt. Is it bleeding? No. Ow.
Roll a d20 for allergic reaction.
Yeah. Yeah. Can we please do that?
Saving
Yeah.
throw.
I'm gonna try this in the future. Can't fail. All right. I'm ready.
You
I'm
better
playing
do
plate
like a
off.
hornet or a wasp or something.
No,
that
I'm gonna
can
do
sting
a
multiple
goddamn
times.
bumblebee.
Okay.
All right. So while Sorwin has taken off, the rest of you are leaving, or what are you
Yep.
doing?
We're getting the fuck out of here.
Making way to
Alright.
the elven village.
As we're moving, I want to ask Zium, so where are you headed?
I'm not separating from you guys until you get me someplace fucking safe.
Understood. Then let's go.
Once we get there and the place is fucking safe, do we start fucking?
So-
Depends on how much liquor I have.
Come on, guys. D&D.
As you all begin to head towards the exit of this arena, the spiked barricades are kind of pulled aside to let you exit, and as you are leaving, you walk past just lines and lines and just file, almost like rank and file, of all these lizard folk, some armed, some not, and they all just kind of stare at you as you're leaving, and you don't get any sense of malice from them. There's more like surprise. You see a bit of wonderment in that of some of the younger ones. You see mistrust in some of the older ones. And as you walk backwards, taking the most direct route you can find, there are a couple of lizard folk that actually just walk in front and kind of guide you in terms of an exit. As you're all leaving and you begin reaching one of the seeming exits of this place, you see across a small distance there appears to be one very kind of hobbled and old lizard folk that is making their way out and kind of clutching this long walking staff, and you can see a number of children are kind of collected around them. Some of them are discarding ropes that have been tied around their hands. And you see a number of them kind of embracing in that way that you saw Hosk and Han, where they kind of, one extends one fist, the other reaches forward, clasps it, and they pull each other forward and press foreheads against each other, and then step away. And it would appear that a number of the largest lizard folk are performing this almost ceremoniously with this elderly lizard folk. And all of you continue south, and you leave this area, you enter back into the swamp, some small, some large pools of still water or slow moving wherever there is, in fact, some movement as it begins to drain out towards the sea. You head further and further inland, trying to trace your most direct route towards the Elven village. And as you continue to go further and further south, you just have a sense of urgency because you want You're trying to get there before something bad happens. And you can see the sun begins to climb further and further into the sky. Sorwin, you clasped this necklace with this large fang hanging from it, and you took off. You flew southwards as fast as your owl wings can carry you.
Yeah. I mean, whoo. Hoo-hoo.
Carrying yourself across the treetops of the sparsely wooded areas of the swamp, which begin to become increasingly dense in terms of foliage. You begin to see the cliff face that your party had to scale not but 2 days ago. And around one portion of this cliff face, you begin to see an irregularity within the cliff itself. You begin to see the remains of a stone structure, and you recognize this place. And as you're gaining some distance on this, in the clearing around that area at the base of the cliffs, you still see many, many lizard folk in organized groups. But whereas before you saw them in a state of kind of working wood, and you saw them hauling stone and clearing away rubble, now you see groups that are kind of moving together, and you see in various states of gathering arms and armament. You see them picking up spears, putting on leathers over top of themselves, more of these kind of larger red-clad lizard folk riding some of those large lizards you've encountered earlier. They appear to be kind of corralling them and hurling them into groups. Herding, that's the word I'm looking for. Fuck. And you can see that there is something that appears to be partly very old construction and partly new construction. And it is a kind of wide, square platform that is somehow connected to a channel running up the length of the cliff. And in this channel, you see a very large and old chain that, despite what you can only assume are years and years of exposure to the elements, doesn't really seem to be collecting a lot of rust or signs of exposure. And as you begin gaining on this clearing, you realize you have no idea where Hosk is.
It's a funny story. If you guys ever heard of Eddie Aikau, he's a surfer that went to go get help, and he never came. Like, the boat got stranded, and he just like left the boat and never was found again. He just died, and the boat was later found like an hour later. It's a true story.
That is unfortunate.
And this is exactly the same as your current situation.
I feel like I'm never gonna get back. Okay, so I turn around and I try to find the group again, and because I want to report, or maybe I should go investigate. Okay, can I like look closer and maybe discern any more information about like what's on this like big platform?
Perception check.
Oh, okay.
I need a dice jail.
Sorry, I had to grab a charger real quick.
Mhm.
All right, Sorwin, as you are kind of coasting over this and you take in this scene, you see these groups that appear to be arming themselves. You do notice that there is kind of one large tent, and from it you see the side get tossed open, and one particularly large lizard folk clad in red leathers and carrying at his side this very sizable warhammer. It looks like the kind of thing that should normally take like 2 hands to wield, but this creature is muscular enough to wield it with one hand.
Hmm.
And he kind of grabs a nearby lizard folk and throws him into a group amongst others, and you hear him just barking some kind of command at him.
This guy's on the platform?
He steps out of that tent, and
Okay.
he's not on the platform. No, the platform is off to the side, and there is a drum that is beginning to pick up a beat on it. Just doom, 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 doom.
You said the whole army down there. You said the whole army down there is heading a direction right now? Or they
Well,
just
they appear to be kind of organizing themselves and getting ready, and you can
Mm.
see a one first group of them begin to kind of move themselves onto the platform that is affixed to the side of the cliff face.
And that's a cliff face that we had come down 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I try to figure out where the hell I am, and then figure out where the hell the group is. Report.
How are you trying to achieve
I don't know.
that?
I'm gonna head back the way I came.
Okay, so you're gonna backtrack and search for your friends.
Yeah.
Okay, make an investigation check.
Maybe I should just head for the Elven Village instead. You guys are gonna run into them now. Okay, I'll make an investigation.
How long can you maintain your owl form for?
Believe it was 1 hour. Yeah. How long has it been?
You can feel that you are going to lose your owl form very shortly.
Ugh.
You've been flying
Huh.
for a while.
Well, I'm gonna keep heading to the Elven Village then, if I can make it over and get up the cliff.
Well, you did backtrack and you started heading
Okay.
towards your
Yeah.
friends, and
Okay.
it's unlikely you're going to even make it to the cliff at this point.
Okay, then I try to land and hopefully land near where that we entered that swamp area, and I'm gonna wait for everybody. If that's the way they're coming out, I guess. I don't know where they are. I have no idea.
And we never saw or heard from him.
Yeah, and then that's how the cow died. That's exactly it.
I'm
That's
just
the
gonna
fucking
point out
story.
that I did not suggest for him to fly.
I'm gonna keep this necklace though. I'm
Well,
gonna
you
wear
also
it.
didn't tell him not to.
I'm gone.
Okay,
I
so
don't think
Sorman,
Dean
as
heard
you-
us talking about, or no, I guess nobody heard it. It was only Drac.
What was
well,
that?
Sorwin, you begin kind of flying downwards because you can tell that you're going to lose your form very shortly, and you need to get close to the ground. So you start diving downwards. You just pick a gap within the trees that you can see, and you just plummet. And as your form begins to revert, you are actually in midair as you revert, as you kind of shift back into your half-elven form, and you begin hurtling towards the ground. Make a dexterity saving throw.
I got this. How do I make it dexterity? And then I just do the check mark.
No, it should be the heart for the saving throw.
Heart. Okay.
Ding dong. ding,
Yeah.
ding.
Has anyone gotten anything over a 10?
Nobody other than I.
All right, so
pretty
you're
much
unable
rolled
to get your
today.
feet underneath you as you bamf out of your form. You take 5 points of bludgeoning damage as you
Okay.
slam into the ground. You feel your shoulder pop, but as you get back up, you're able to kind of push it back into place with a loud click.
Whew.
You look around and kind of take in your surroundings and dust off your robes, and you realize you don't know where you are right now.
Well, I know the forest. I know where I am, right? I got this.
And you're confident in the fact that they're fine. You're a druid.
Yeah.
And as you turn around, we take a couple of steps towards the north direction where you expect your party will be coming from. And you can see within the trees 2 very bright green points of light, as in eyes reflecting light. And they look at
Oh.
you and you look at them, and the area where you saw them goes dark.
hold me.
Ooh.
Do I have pass without a trace still?
Do you still have pass without a
I don't
trace?
know.
It
Steve,
only
did you
lasts
mark
an hour.
off
Do you
the
remember?
casting of the spell, the casting of the spells?
Yeah,
It only lasts
your
an
spell
hour.
slots are updated.
Oh, cool. Thank you. I have one.
Also, it's. Oh, you isn't using it now? Okay.
Spells. I think I still have it.
Well, how many spell slots do you have?
I have 4. I have 1 second. I have 1 second left, so that's. Yep, I have it. And yeah, as long as I haven't used it, I can use it. I don't know how the spell slot thing works. I see that I have 4 and 1.
What spell slot is?
It's level 2, and I have
Do
1
you
in
have a
level
level
2.
2 spell slot? Then you can use it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I use that. Cast.
You use pass without a trace?
Yes, please.
Okay. I assume you're going to try and hide then, so you need to make a stealth check.
Yes. Right. I'm gonna hide until everyone finds me. Come on! Ooh, I am a snicky thingy.
Yeah, how sneaky are you?
I don't know.
All right, you got 19.
10.
What is his fly speed?
As an owl, I think it's 40 feet.
40
How long?
feet?
How long is a short rest? 30
1
minutes?
hour.
1 hour? Oh shit!
So we should be approximately like 15 minutes behind him.
Oh, nice.
Probably, I would say more like half an hour.
Yeah, you gotta go through the whole. I
Well,
mean, it
my-
wasn't.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because he gets to go AB.
Okay, so Sorwin, you kind of press yourself up against a tree, and you take a few moments to yourself, and you kind of breathe.
Don't freak out.
And you take a moment to kind of lower yourself down beside like some nearby kind of growth around the trunk of this tree. And as you're kind of hunkered down there, you can see maybe like 15 or 20 feet off to your right side a shadow emerge from some of the nearby undergrowth. And there is this very large 4-legged creature that
Cool.
begins kind of skulking its way forward.
Hmm. Hmm.
It's not headed towards you.
Oh, okay. Cool.
You see it emerge side profile, and it kind of it appears from within a patch of plant life, and moves for about 4 or 5 meters, and then kind of disappears within another patch of undergrowth. And you see a very kind of sleek, dark furred body.
Ooh. Yeah,
You
I
see a
continue
long
to hide.
tail behind it.
Hmm. Yeah, am I familiar with? Have I ever seen a creature like this in the forest? Have I ever heard about this creature in the forest like before? Does it spur me?
Make a nature check.
Uh,
Okay, so as you study this creature, you taking a look at it, you realize that it's not something that you've encountered in this forest before. It's something different. It looks like a normal animal, but as you're staring at it, you can see that it's got, where there would be 4 legs, you see more than 4 legs. And it still looks like a beast or an animal, but you can see instead of 4, it's got 6 muscular legs. And where the tail kind of whips and curls back and forth, you can see there is actually more than what appear to be more than one tail curling behind this creature.
Whew. Yeah, I continue to hide.
All right. So the rest of the party, you're just heading inland as fast as you can.
Yeah, boy.
All right. It takes you about 3 or so hours before you begin to see the face of the cliff emerging from out of the density of the trees as you're kind of looking up through the canopy. But after having passed through a variety of swampland and marshes, pools of water, you've done your best to avoid encountering, particularly large or hungry creatures. And as you begin to see the cliff appear within the distance, you can see small trails of smoke that appear to be not far from the base of the cliff itself. They just begin to curl up into the atmosphere. The sun it's starting to enter the afternoon now. And you estimate that you're probably less than an hour from the foot of the cliff. What's your marching order? Who's going first and who's leading?
I guess I'll take front.
I'm second.
I'll go fourth.
Which means DM is third. Make a survival check, Morris.
Let me bring it up. Bring it up. It is. I think I might still have an exhaustion level.
Well, did you frenzy rage in the fight against Otum?
Yes.
Then you definitely have an exhaustion level. So make your survival check with disadvantage.
That
Oh, you
is
did?
with disadvantage.
So Morris, you think you've got a pretty good bead on where it is that you're headed, but as you continue to try and head towards where you see the smoke curling, just no matter what, there seems to be just trees that are kind of presenting this somewhat impassable barrier. The density grows so thick that you have to kind of keep making your way around it. You keep going around and going around, you get a little further off course and a little further off course. And you can't seem to find your bearing.
But I
I
have the
always
sack
know-
of ball bearings in my backpack.
I always know what direction north is. So
Okay,
I have them along.
All right, so we'll say that that reduces the amount of time. But about 2 hours pass before you're able to start making your way in towards the. You finally find a space within these trees, and as you've had to kind of backtrack and wake your way around, and Pedwin kind of consulting with Pedwin, he tries to help you get through this, and eventually the two of you do, and you swear that some of these trees are in different places. And as you continue to get closer and closer, you can now begin to hear the sounds of the drum beats. And you're getting closer and closer to this sound. Are you just marching in, or what's happening here? Because you're starting to approach where you can see now like the lights from some of the fires that are creating the smoke signals or the smoke stacks that you saw earlier.
I locate object on the thing that Soren was meant to give to Hosk.
Okay, are you ritual casting it or using a spell level?
It can't be ritual cast.
Okay, so mark off your casting
Yep.
a locate object. It's not far from you. It's maybe 170 meters or so.
That's really close.
I get out of my handstand and start walking that direction.
All right, so the rest of you have seen Pedwin enter this handstand for a moment, and then as he comes down, he lands and he just starts walking immediately off in one direction. It's
I know
actually not
exactly
even
what that
towards.
means. I should
It's not
follow
even-
him.
Not even towards the lizard folk. It's actually back southwards.
What was he
And-
doing a handstand for?
I follow him.
So,
Look,
I
Ziam,
know
you
how
see
magic
Pedwin.
works. I'm very experienced in the ways of magic. Just trust me. You need the handstand.
And Pedwin and Morris begin to walk southwards in a similar direction to where you guys came from.
This guy's like the Miley Cyrus of magic.
He came in like a wrecking ball. Actually, he kind of did.
He came in like a flaming sphere.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go grab a drink. I'll be back momentarily.
Ooh, I can go to the bathroom again.
Womp womp.
Fred, you can't talk.
Guys, I'm getting drunk.
You've been drunk. I can tell.
Someone's fondling their magic dice.
Yes, I am.
What'd you roll? You're rolling all the good ones.
I'm rolling them all, and believe me, no, I'm just getting rid of the bad ones. Watch. No, that one was a 16 actually. 18.
feel like- I feel like maybe I should have talked to
16.
that thing. Do you think that thing would have killed me?
18.
I'm back.
What do you think was like a good idea for that? Should I have like should I have hidden? And maybe that was like a magical beast gonna give me some magical powers, and maybe it was gonna eat me.
I'm not there, so I don't really want to say what
Oh,
I think
okay.
it was because I kind of have like a book that might actually.
I'm gonna
say
tell you guys as
exactly
soon
what that was.
I'm gonna tell you guys as soon as if I make it that long.
Although I think we encountered something like that before we got there.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna be like, guys, there's this thing, and it almost killed me.
Did it really?
It could have had big eyes and legs, a lot of legs.
Owls
But you don't know
like
about
big
this yet.
eyes.
You don't know about this yet.
Yako taco.
I watched Doctor Strange. That was a pretty good movie.
Yeah, I thought it was too. Although I didn't like I didn't like how they tried to make it all psychedelic and trippy.
Yeah, they really went full Inception on that.
It was too much, I think.
That's what my girlfriend was saying too. She's like, make it stop.
Like, I think I get what they were trying to do with it, but it made it feel too cheesy and cheap.
Yeah, right. Like if you
Like,
think about it,
so-
they were just like the whole movie was like in front of a green screen.
So, like, when they did it, spoilers, whoever doesn't want to listen, mute yourself for like the next 30 seconds. When they did it with the buildings, when they were fighting on the sides of the buildings, I thought
Yeah.
it was fantastic because like the building was rolling towards them or
yeah,
whatever.
it was like an
But then-
arena.
But then
yeah.
at the end, they tried to later in the movie, it was just when they enter like the mirror dimension and shit like that. It just
Yeah, that one kind of nuts.
yeah. I wish they would have done it a lot more like Sorcerer's Apprentice when they go into the mirror dimension in that,
Oh yeah. That's
where
good.
everything's basically mirrored of what. But
Yeah, they went like big budget though, but maybe big budget isn't always the answer. Yeah. I'm excited for what's the next Marvel movie? Is it the Avengers?
Logan,
No, I saw Logan. Holy shit.
I want to see it so
Dude,
bad. I might actually just
great.
go watch it like next weekend or something.
Yeah, you should. It's really good. Like it's
I want to see that, and then the other one
I
that's out
enjoyed
right
Logan.
now looked really good as
Yeah.
well. What's the other movie?
Logan was just unreal. So good.
John Wick 2. I want to watch as well.
Oh yeah, so Arfus saw,
saw
that,
that.
and then like, you saw it too? Yeah. They liked
Did
it. He liked it.
It's got a 90 on RT, so it's got to be pretty good.
Killed my dog.
It's a pretty good action movie. I'll say that about it.
Just like Fast and Furious is a good action movie.
I like Fast and Furious, and when I saw Logan, they previewed Fast and Furious 8. It's called Fate, and it's gonna
I
be
knew
great.
they were making another one.
Oh my
Right.
god, it's gonna be great.
What I loved about the first John Wick movie is that, it just didn't pretend like it had a plot.
Then you will like the second one.
Like,
You
I'm
killed my
sick-
dog.
Yeah, you
I'm
killed
gonna
I'm
my
murder
sick of all
of
these
you.
movies that spend like 10 minutes on plot, and they're like, "Hey, we have a plot. I promise."
Killed my dog.
At least
Dave.
John Wick knows what it is. Embraces that.
It's
Yeah.
just like, you killed my dog, and I'm a complete badass, and I'm gonna shit all over all of you.
Oh my god.
Well, I would say John Wick 2, it throws in some token scenes that try and it does as much character building as John Wick 1 did. Let me put it that way.
Good.
It's now his cat.
I'm back.
Hi, back.
Everybody good to go?
Ready?
Drac, you
I
here?
mean, I don't
Yeah.
know if I'd call myself good to go because I'm lying on the floor.
Nice. Yeah, you're solid right now.
All right. So, Sorwin,
Oh,
as you
God.
have been hunkered down in this little alcove of yours, trying to hopefully not attract any attention, I need you to make another stealth check.
Yeah, I should just embrace it. I should just embrace it and go out there and fucking meet my death.
If you roll,
Oh
bad-
my god, I'm gonna
if you roll
die.
a bad number, you should role play it as though you farted really loud.
I rolled a bad number, but I'm
So,
just gonna.
and you can't help it, but nervous flatulence seems to escape you. And as you kind of like mutter to yourself under your breath, you're like, shit. And you try and like fan it away. You hear like a bend and then snap of wood. And you look on the tree above you, and this large black animal is clinging to the branches and is looking down on you. You can see this pink tongue extend and kind of lick past the lips. And as it does, these two long tendrils that emerge from its shoulders begin to curl upwards. And on the ends of them are these kind of broad, almost teardrop shaped. Yeah, I'd say like broad, kind of leaf shaped almost appendages. And on one side of them are just rows and rows of teeth. And the creature kind of rears up, and you can see it tense its muscles, getting ready to pounce, and you can see all six legs are kind of flexing. And then this kind of thwip sound, this and three wooden, they look like arrows, but they appear to almost be made of like bark. Yeah, I'd say like kind of like dried, very light brown bark. And they just impact into the tree in a line between you and this creature. And the creature looks up and then kind of rears back and then actually jumps off, and you can hear it. You hear the weight of its body impact just a few feet off to your side, and you can see it scramble away, kind of heading in a roughly like northeastern direction. And you whip your head around to see where these arrows came from. And looking around, you're having a really hard time. You can't really, there's no figures that you see. Make a perception check.
Uh-oh.
Jesus, where am
only-
I?
These rolls today.
Yeah. Crushing it.
You only see a figure. The only reason it stands out to you is because you catch movement, and as you turn your head to the side, you see this. You see a pale face, just very briefly and quickly disappear into shadow behind a tree.
I yell, wait, and I chase after.
You chase after? Okay.
I'd like to, yeah.
All right, so you take off running. You run to behind the tree. You basically head straight at the tree where you saw this figure disappear behind. You grab a hold and you pull around. And you take a look around. You can't detect anything. You just look around and you see more trees. As you scan very carefully on each one, there is one that stands out as slightly different than the rest to you. It appears to be a much smaller, much newer tree than the ones that are around it. You're surrounded by significantly older trees that are much, much taller than the surroundings, and there are none other that are quite like this one.
All right. Let's check this tree out. This little special tree.
As
Knock
you
on it.
As you get closer and closer to go up and knock on it, you realize that this one is quite different because the bark is much smoother, and it's not. The shape of the tree is very different in the sense that the rest are very, very noticeably vertical trunk. The kind of dark brown bark doesn't really waver or deviate too much. It's essentially vertical lines. This one has twists and curves and curls in the bark. And as you get closer and closer, you see two orange ambered colored eyes open up. And what you realize is a face that is not only in this tree, but the tree itself actually moves and steps backward, and the trunk splits into two legs, and two arms come off from the side. And you're staring at a humanoid figure, but one that is most certainly made of plant life. There are gnarled, twisted portions of its bark that extend off into small branches with leaves.
This is the elder tree that the druid told me about. Not? Do I recognize that? Do I remember something like that? I feel like I remember
Make an
something. What the hell did I?
intelligence check.
Is that that's the check mark, right? For that one?
Yes.
Wow.
You have no idea.
Hello, tree.
You say that out loud?
No, I think that in my head because I'm dumb.
You notice that as you are walking towards this creature, it maintains a distance and it steps backwards. And as you stop walking, it stops walking.
Okay, I do acknowledge. I want to say like, hello, tree.
You
Wrote
hear
this down.
a soft feminine voice that's almost somewhere between what sounds like the swaying of trees in the wind and a series of bird calls. And you recognize the language as Sylvan. And there is a small smile from this creature and, hello. You need to step more lightly, or you would have been food for that creature.
You are correct. Thank you very much for the save. I don't know where I am. I lost my party, and I have a necklace, and I'm a druid from the nearest town, which is called Silverthorn.
Silver Spirit Glades.
Silver
But I
Spirit
like the
Glades.
name Silverthorn. I'm going to remember that.
Thanks. All right. Cool.
I should name my battle axe that.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
It'd be better for a sword or a dagger.
The creature begins kind of backpedaling towards a denser part of the forest.
Wait, who are you?
The creature bows its head slightly. I shall not tell you my name, but I shall call for you soon. And she steps behind a different tree, and this time you would expect the way she's moving for her to walk out the other side from behind this tree, but you don't see her.
Right. I turn around. I watch it go off. I turn around and walk back the way. Or, yeah, quietly. I hide. I should just hide. I hide.
You're going to hide?
I don't know where to go. There's trees and there's animals. And he's talking to me. I'm freaking out. I'm just gonna chill. Yeah.
As
Should I
you find a place to kind of hunker down, you can't help but hear the sound of a creature roar. And Morris,
What?
you and Pedwin you've been following Pedwin at this point because he knows where he's going. And he seems to shift his direction every so often.
To travel 300 feet?
Yeah, you're making your way through trees.
Okay.
And there is a loud kind of rustling of undergrowth and brush. And what breaks out from underneath a tree is this large black-furred creature. And as it kind of basically stumbles into your group, it kind of rears back and snarls, and you can see these two long appendages curl up from its back. And I'm not going to describe it again because you guys heard the first description, but you encounter a creature matching that description.
Kill it, Dad.
I snarl back and pull out my great axe.
All right, we're going to need everyone to roll initiative then.
Oh shit, that means I have to sit up?
Are we gonna get a map change?
We are going to get a map change. I just need to prep the map.
Okay, I'm gonna wait. Well, don't matter.
It's like
Holy
he planned
shite.
for us to send game up. and
It's
then say
too
something.
hard to sit up. The floor is too
Actually-
good.
Do I have disadvantage on initiative rolls or just throws? Okay.
No, I don't think initiative is affected by this.
Okay.
I'm glad I didn't die.
Whose
I'm glad
campaign
you did
was
that
it?
too.
Whose campaign was it where we ran into like this bird thing inside of a cave? It was this campaign, right? Before we
Yes,
found
that was my
the-
campaign.
It was before we found the dwarf in the cave, right?
Yep.
Okay.
You're right there, Kelly.
I'm
He's-
good.
Sat up after drinking a growler.
Throwing down the 20.
I was laying down on the ground. It was nice.
The room wasn't spinning down there.
You guys made me sit up.
Is the room still spinning?
The room was never spinning.
Drink more. You're seeing things.
Get the distinct impression that you are being a bitch.
Bitch.
I
Oh,
mean,
bitch.
I'm telling you to drink more of that growler that you got.
Roll a
And-
d20 to see if you're drinking more of the growler.
There you go.
See, when Game says it, it's funny. When you say it,
It's not funny.
it sounds like you're
Wow.
being mean.
Shit. That's because tacos are typically pretty mean.
Okay, I thought I had this enemy constructed. I guess I don't. I'll just do it from the monster manual. Okay, so this
Unprepared.
the icon that you're going to see is not the icon, or is not exactly what this creature looks like.
Does it look like a Zergling?
No.
Oh. I've been posting links of what I thought stuff looked like in the D&D channel.
I see.
It worked. I wouldn't want to encounter a Zergling.
Okay, Pedwin
I
Morris.
thought the tree lady was like Harold from Fallout 3.
Dayon, I need ZM here. You thought what?
The tree person was going to end up being like Harold from Fallout 3.
I don't actually know who that is.
He was in Oasis. It was the saddest
Oasis
part of
is
it.
one of the places I never found in Fallout 3,
Oh,
and I've heard it was one of the
sad.
best.
It was good and sad.
Hey, have any of you guys watched Ultimate Beastmaster?
No, but I saw that the other day.
No,
It's
sounds like
like-
a porno.
It looks like, it actually even looks like porno. Like, it's just dude porn.
It's like this terrible American version of Ninja Warrior that's on Netflix, essentially. But it's still fucking funny.
Are there women in it?
Are there girls there?
Yeah.
Good. Maybe it's worth watching. How much clothing do they wear?
Yeah, hopefully minimal.
Like,
I'm watching the trailer. It looks like a lot of clothing, actually.
Oh.
And the courses look fucking stupid.
Okay, here we are.
the women don't
Ooh.
ever seem to get very far.
That's because men are better than women at everything.
Hey, I remember this area. Think.
Yes, I
or-
didn't have time to change the
You
scenario. Well, I mean, if you wanted to wait longer, I could change what it looks like.
This
But
is
essentially, you
where
are surrounded
the
by trees.
bears.
Yeah, this is the same map as the first time you guys broke out the bears.
Except the rocks are tiny.
Bears,
Yes, I changed the rocks a bit.
Battlestar Galactica.
There's a Hydra dog.
So
No, that's
Joe,
not what the creature looks like.
I know.
Joe, are you the mind control tech?
Am I the what? Oh yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
Joe is the mind control tech.
Oh, right, because Sorwin's not even with us.
Yeah, I'm hiding. I pooped a little.
Owl poop?
Al pooped a little. Al. Hey, Al.
So did you leave a trail of breadcrumbs for us, is what you're saying?
No, just poop.
Tail of bumpers.
Yeah.
We can
Trail
smell
of
those farts.
bumcrumb.
I still have that soiled loincloth too.
Bum crumbs.
Yuck.
I think it's time to listen to more Old Lang Syne.
Sounds like a white nationalist band.
Not too far off.
I should get a D20.
Okay,
Where do I get it?
so
What a D20?
I'm gonna need initiative rolls from you four.
Wait, I already did.
You already got them.
Okay, sorry, man. I had to do all this
Jesus,
shit.
HPG.
Yeah.
I know. I'm so bad at this.
God.
Fuck. I'm terrible.
However, Pedwin still hasn't did his yet.
Yes,
No, I see you one for his.
Oh, well, we don't.
I'm the only one who did it properly.
Or
What?
the one that did it wrong.
Did it properly. What?
Just saying.
Because you have to select your token to do it, and you did it, and our tokens weren't available yet.
We did it on the last map.
Yeah,
I selected my token, but you're right, it was my other token. But it was still my token. You can't
Was
take
it
my token away from me.
Was it a token black guy?
I mean, he's black and white.
Shit.
I hear that the new sheriff is a nigger.
What? So she says the sheriff is near.
What is that from?
Oh, come on.
Blazing
It's
Saddles.
from Blazing Saddles, which is the same thing that my picture is from.
Ah, okay.
Mel Brooks.
It's been a long time since I've seen Blazing Saddles, man.
Yeah, I feel like I should rewatch that.
This is my shooting hand.
Blazing Saddles is so good. Oh my god.
Remember
Okay,
that?
Down, lady, sing this.
Doodah, doodah.
Dar.
All right, Zium, you're up.
Oh shit, what do I see? What's...
You as your party hears this loud crash and growl, this large creature leaps up onto a nearby fallen tree, and you see this large black-furred creature with 6 very powerful clawed legs and 2 tendrils that extend off of the shoulders, ending in broad appendages lined with teeth on one side. A tail kind of curling and whipping back and forth behind it, and you hear it rear up and roar.
It whips its tail back and forth?
God
It whips
damn
its
it,
tail
Keely.
back and forth.
So it's just like the one... It's just like, I don't see anything.
It's a fell beast. Maybe? I don't know.
I only see one thing, right?
You only see the creature. Yep.
Alright, I attempt to cast Dissonant Whispers. Yeah, look at all that spell
You
information.
crushed it.
Nailed it!
All right. So it's got to make a wisdom saving throw.
Yeah, it's a wisdom save.
That is an 8, which I believe fails.
That'll fail, my friend. In which case, he's gonna take 3d6 damage and run the fuck away because he hates me.
3d6 damage.
Let me make a 3d6 happen. Because I am capable of doing things. Boom, 3d6 is 13.
Ooh.
All right.
And then he will use his reaction to move away as far as its speed allows from me.
All right. So you cast a spell at this creature. So Dissonant Whispers works on whatever creature you can see, right?
Range 60 feet. It has to be able to hear me.
That's will hear you. Okay.
Actually, it doesn't even say that. But yeah. It just says one creature of your choice within range.
Let's go to the Amy bot.
It's actually not a bad idea.
Wow.
A deafened
Show
creature.
us Dissonant Whispers.
A deafened creature ought to the save.
Okay. So Zium, as you mutter your incantation and you whisper these words, the creature that's in front of you, as you see it reel with the pain of the impact of your spell, the image disappears.
Oh shit.
And you can hear a thundering, well, not thundering, but you hear a loud rustle and movement of animal and underbrush move away from you that starts right here.
I quickly pretend that I have solve the problem, and try to like convince my companions that everything's okay. Like, look, I got him!
Make a
Let's-
deception check.
Okay, gladly.
Do we have to make wisdom saving throws?
No, if he's doing a deception check, we have to do.
Everybody makes an insight check.
Yeah.
You guys are lucky I rolled a 3. Pretty good at deception usually.
5. I start
Mo,
putting away
the
my
confidence
battle
with
axe.
which Zium puts his hands on his hips and chuckles mightily to himself. You think, oh man, he had the situation under control. That's pretty impressive.
Oh fuck, I lost my slap bracelet.
Pedwin and Theon, you immediately recognize that he is not in control of this situation, and that thing is still around here somewhere. Okay, that ends your turn, Zium. Are you moving? Still have a bonus action?
Am I next to Mo? Yes. Then no, I'm not moving.
Okay. All right, Theon, you're up.
I see nothing.
You see trees and undergrowth around you,
Also, my butt.
and you see your party assembled in front of you.
And the butt.
And just something random just fucking disappeared.
Well,
Also,
you saw this
badass.
six-legged beast creature with these tendrils coming off its shoulders, but after Zium muttered some incantation and extended his arms outwards, what you saw of that creature just vanished shortly thereafter, and then you heard this rustle and movement not far off to your right-hand side.
To my right hand side.
The alcohol is kicking in, guys. I'm gonna be a little
I
bit more
would
confident
like-
with this whole thing.
I would like to move away from the right hand side of me. Okay, so I'm gonna like move just like up here. And I am going to ready a spell for when I see the beast that was right in front of me.
What spell are you readying?
And I am going to ready
Did Robert Burns make your alcohol too, HPG?
My alcohol is Kraken. I'm having a rum and coke after I had my Pilsner.
Hey, I've had that. My friend Chase loves that when she makes dark and stormies.
What's a dark and stormy?
ooh, it's good. It's
Uh,
like lime, rum, and,
Ginger
like,
beer.
ginger beer.
Yeah. Pretty good.
Lime, rum, and ginger beer? Like bar lime?
You buy, yeah, like ginger beer. Like, that's non-alcoholic.
Anyway, I'm going to ready Scorching Ray.
All right. So you mutter to yourself and you begin kind of pulling up the arcane essence from within yourself, and you can feel this warmth begin to flow down your arms and into your fingertips, and you are ready.
Well, I just learned that apparently, legally, you can't call it a dark and stormy in the United States unless you use Gosling Black Seal rum. What the fuck?
Whoa, and Black
A lot
Seal
of-
rum is some hard stuff. Jeez.
A lot of rum, like a Mai Tai can't be made without dark rum, like usually Myers.
Well, I mean, it's total bullshit. Like, obviously, nobody
Yeah,
gives a
right. You could. I'd challenge you.
But
to tell
yeah,
the
like
difference,
legally, apparently, they own like the rights
yeah.
to that drink name.
Meaning they can't sell it in a store as called the Dark and Stormy.
Apparently,
Morris, you're up.
Hi. Oh, everything looks good, yo. Wow. I start following Pedwin again. And my turn's over.
Well, Pedwin hasn't moved because Pedwin hasn't gone yet.
So it looks like I'm just standing still then. That's
Have you resheathed your weapon?
Game check your
Uh,
Discord.
What's
I
going
guess
on?
I'll
Check your
We're
Discord.
coming.
I guess I'll still have it in my hand since we're in a scary forest with lizard people.
Joe, are you
I mean, I
posting
use it to
porn
clear
at a
the
time
way.
like this?
Mm-hmm.
It's the best
So
time to post.
that ends my turn. I'll just stand there, still have my battle axe in my hand.
All right. So you're not readying your action. You're just chilling out.
I don't have any reason to ready my action.
Well, you did see this big hulking creature all of a sudden, and then just vanish.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but then.
But then
we-
I failed my intelligence check or insight check.
No, you
So I'm
correctly
tot-
called. No, you correctly discerned that Zium was full of shit when he kind of postured as if he had this under control.
I rolled a 5.
Oh, that's right. No, yeah, you are calm, cool, and collected right now.
Yeah.
Zium strikes again.
That's pretty funny. Funny.
Guys, don't even worry about it. Everything's under control.
That's my turn, by the way.
That is your turn. All right,
Yeah.
Pedwin, you're up.
I'm gonna step behind Mo and ready a magic missiles.
All right, magic missiles is readied.
That's it.
Zium, it's your turn.
Oh shit. Wait,
Yeah, man.
but I don't see anything. Do I?
Oh, you don't.
You heard a rustling in the bushes to your right.
Bushes?
That was a few seconds ago now. That was a whole
Um,
6 seconds ago. All sorts of shit could have changed in
Hey.
that time.
We we haven't had any rests since that fight before, right?
Correct. No one wanted to take a rest of any kind.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is cast the cantrip Minor Illusion,
Yeah.
and I'm going to make what looks like a helpless little sheep appear, roughly, like 5 or 10 feet in front of where that thing used to be. Maybe it will be distracted by a delicious sheep.
Where? Sorry, where are you creating the illusion of the sheep?
This is a great idea. I
Like
this.
5 or 10 feet in front of where it used to be. I don't know.
Okay, so it used to be on that tree. So you talking like here?
Sure, that seems like a decent spot.
Okay. Let me draw in something. Okay, that oval is a sheep.
Yeah, it looks like a sheep.
It looks like a completely static image of an unmoving sheep.
That's true.
Is it 3-dimensional or is it like 2D? Like, can you
Minor illusion.
I mean,
yeah,
it's
3D. It's
it
3D, but
looks
it doesn't
3D
make any
when you look at it.
sounds and it can't move.
And it appears to be like a freeze frame, if you understood what that was,
Freeze
of
frame.
a sheep.
Okay. Is it like jumping in this freeze frame or is it?
No, it's like mid bite of grass.
Yeah,
So it's just kind of
exactly.
sitting there with its mouth partially open. It's
It's
kind of like
equivalency-
beady eye just staring off to the side. Not
It's
anything in particular.
It's like watching like a 3D movie.
And then I would
and
like
clicking
to, as a
pause.
bonus action, try to convince everyone that everything's okay again.
Make a persuasion check this time. Because you don't know anything is bad.
Okay.
Wait, how come the displacer beast hasn't actually gone?
It might have gone. Who knows?
Because it
here's
only used its
persuade-
reaction
oh,
before,
wait.
right?
Sorry. Disregard that. That's here's persuasion.
Okay, based on the previous insight checks, Zium seems pretty confident that that the situation is under control. Maybe he's tangled with this kind of animal before. You don't know. Theon, you're up. Or do you do anything else, Zium? Do you have your movement?
No.
or-
I'm good. I like being next to Mo.
All right.
So the beast didn't go at all last turn?
Probably went. You just don't know what it did.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so I walk back over to Pedwin and I say, lead the way, man. You know where we're going. And that's my turn.
All right. Now you didn't actually cast Scorching Ray.
Correct.
I forget if when you hold a spell you have to mark off the casting of the spell or not. That seems a little harsh.
Well, he never uses it.
I know. So
I-
that's why I think it would. But like holding actions are the rules are actually kind of tight about holding actions. But if you didn't cast it, so I'm not going to get you to cast off or mark off the casting. Okay, so you just regroup and that ends your turn.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't actually have any idea what the.
I also pat Ziem on the back and say, "Good job, man. I'm putting my faith in you more often."
Okay, Pedwin, you're up.
I'm gonna put my hands down. I'm gonna look through my backpack, grab the Pearl of Power, and use
Mhm.
it for a level 2 slot.
All right, so you regain the level 2 spell slot. Let's see. Does a Pearl of Power does it cast an action to do that?
I looked up the. I think I looked up the right thing, and it says you just say the words. So I would assume it would just be a bonus action or free action. Probably a bonus. I don't have it written down in my inventory.
I'm scrolling through the thing. Okay, here we go. You can
That's
use
right.
an action to speak this Pearl's command word and regain 1 spell
Okay.
slot. Okay, so that's
Takes
your
turns.
action. Okay, so you regain a level 2 spell slot. Are you using your movement or your bonus action?
Nope.
You staying right there?
Yep.
Okay. Theon, Ziem, it's your turn.
I'd like to Okay, well, first off, I want to conceal the fact I'm doing this. I want to act like I'm not actually doing this.
What about Mo? Like, I think our initiative's like way out of order right now or something.
Oh yeah, maybe.
Because
No, it's not.
I went and then it should have been Mo. But it went to Pedwin.
Mo did go.
Yeah, he is calm, cool, and collect.
Call collect.
I never went.
I
I never
yeah.
went after Killy convinced everyone again.
yeah.
But
Oh, okay, then you're right. I am out of order. Sorry.
but I'm
So we're
calm,
up
cool,
to- we're
collected,
on
waiting
Morris?
for Pedwin to start moving.
Okay, so Pedwin does not appear to be moving. So what
Well,
is
what
you
a bitch.
doing?
Standing still.
Okay.
And that ends my turn.
All right. So now is Pedwin's turn. He says he's doing no. Wait, you said you're doing nothing, Pedwin?
Well, I did my Pearl of Power thing.
Oh yes. So that's the end of your turn. You're not
Yep,
moving.
I'm not gonna move.
Okay, back to Ziem.
So yes, I'd like to exude an aura of confidence, but then I'd also like to look around and feeling slightly panicked because
Make a
on the
perception check.
inside I know that some shit is still amiss.
Make a perception check.
Did you also roll the damage on the oh yeah, you did.
Yeah,
There
it
is.
took 13 psychic damage.
Damn.
You look around and you can't. I mean, nothing seems out of order to you.
Yeah, I would like to reach into my haversack and
Okay.
pull out a snack. That's my turn.
All right. Are you maintaining concentration on the illusion of the sheep?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
The
Actually,
sheep
make
looks exquisite, but it's not moving at all.
an Arcana check. Let's see how good your sheep is.
Okay.
Should have done this before, but whatever. All right, it's a half decent sheep. But as you look around, you don't see anything that matches the silhouette or gives you the impression that this animal is still around. And that's your okay. So that's your action.
Yeah, I end my turn by chuckling a little bit to myself, thinking like, "Hey, maybe I'm right. Maybe it actually is gone."
Alrighty then. That ends your turn.
Yep.
Okay, Theon, you're up.
Okay. I I see the sheep there, right?
You see the illusion of the sheep. Yes.
And I know it's a magic sheep, right? 'Cause
You know it's
not
an
moving.
illusion. You saw it being cast.
Okay. All I say for my turn then is, what's with the sheep? And we can't hold actions for movement, can we?
No, you cannot hold your movement. You use your movement now, or you can hold your action, or you can do both.
Can an action be held to dash? Because I want to follow Pedwin when he starts moving. But anyway, that's my turn.
No, I don't think you can hold a dash action.
Why not?
Well, I mean, let me look it up.
Because it's movement.
But it's an action.
Well, yes, but I think when you take the hold action, there are only certain things you can do when you execute the hold action. So let me look it up.
What's with the sheep? Are you kidding me right now?
Well, you said you took care of the thing.
He took care of the sheep.
So
Haven't you
what's-
seen Jurassic Park?
I mean, Theon has not.
I'd like to pour a glass of water and set it down on the ground next to us, and then watch it carefully.
If the goblin steps next to me, I move away. You can certainly ready movement. But you'd just be moving.
Okay, I will accept it.
Okay, then I hold movement for until Pedwin moves. To follow. But only to follow.
I'd like to ready the ejaculation action.
That is
What?
moving your hand up and down.
Make a dexterity check to edge.
Wouldn't that be like a constitution check, don't you think?
Yeah, you know what? I mean, hell, I could even say it's like a wisdom saving throw, to be honest. I don't know. To be honest, I've never thought of edging as a D&D mechanic before. You're gonna have to let me like play test, I guess.
I think sleight
I'll
of hand
masturbate
might be
and
the
I'll think
best.
about what
Sleight of hand.
attributed.
Sleight of
sleight of
hand.
Testing was required.
Yeah.
Shark and girls, or anybody,
Oh man. Sorry, boys.
whoever you want to come on, really.
I take it all back.
You sit on your hand until it's numb, then it's stealth.
Okay, so you're readying your movement. That means Morris, you're up.
Has Pedwin started moving?
Pedwin is standing still.
I guess I'm standing still. And
Okay.
then I'll say, what in the world are we just standing here for?
While I was digging through my backpack.
Oh yeah, well, yes.
Okay, then I'll wait for Pedwin to finish digging through his backpack.
Okay, are you readying anything, or just you're gonna end your turn?
Why the fuck would I ready anything?
Good point.
Because that's what you would do normally if we were on our way. That's why Like I'm not gonna wait 6 seconds after Pedwin starts
Well, that's
moving
not-
to start moving.
How it works.
Wow.
Pedwin, you're up.
I start walking towards my locate object.
Okay, you begin walking towards locate object. It's taking you in this direction. So you have to climb up and over the log.
Where is this direction? I didn't see anything go off.
This direction.
I'm seeing nothing.
Seeing nothing.
Okay, I'm picking on the far side of the log. Oh, are you not seeing it? Okay, here, wait, let me try again. How about now?
Yep.
Yep, there we
Oh.
go.
Okay, all right, sorry, I was selected on the wrong thing. I was selected on GM only. My bad.
GMO.
Yep.
That's a genetically modified log.
Genetically modified orgasms.
Genetically modified. Oh my god.
I
It's
bet.
a GMOMG.
I bet genetically modified orgasms are even better.
Busting nut 3 times is voluminous. Okay, so who was Theon was readying their movement, so that Pedwin moved, Theon moved, so Morris and Ziam are back there. All right, Ziam, it's your turn.
What the fuck? Yeah, I just want to listen. See if I can hear anything. And then if I don't hear anything, I'm just gonna stay near Mo.
You're gonna listen out for stuff? Okay, make another perception check.
Alright.
Was that the 10 you rolled just now?
Yes, it appears to be.
You don't hear anything out of the ordinary.
Alright, yeah, I'm just gonna do a little dance, make a little love, get down tonight. That's it.
And you stay stationary as you do dance and make a love and get down?
Well, I'm not stationary. I'm fucking dancing. But
Okay,
I'm not,
well, I mean, like,
I'm not
do you-
motile.
if I were to measure your delta D, would it be 0 or would it be greater than 0?
It would be essentially a Gaussian function.
Is that the change in his D?
Oh, you're going too high level math for me.
Is Delta D like Delta Dawn?
No, it's displacement.
The average of my displacement over time would be 0. Yes.
Change in your
I
D
see.
length.
That's the Gauss function.
I mean, the Gaussian's just the normal distribution. It's just like a random bell curve around 0. It just means I like moving a little bit one way or the other, but
Bell
Nowhere
curve around your
general.
penis. Your condom.
yeah, bell curve around my penis.
Okay, your dick is bell-like. So yeah, you are staying there then.
Yeah, I'm totally staying there. I don't know what the fuck's going on. No one's eating
Okay.
my fake sheep.
It is at that time that the bleeding and wounded Morris, you are beset upon by this creature that lunges itself forward from outside of the tree line.
Ah!
Aye.
Aye.
Underlay,
the-
underlay.
The 2 tendrils up on its back lash forward at you, Morris.
Oh boy.
That is 11 and 12 to hit.
Both miss.
All right, 2 misses. Actually, you can do it from back there. So from outside your weapon range, Morris, these 2 arms lash out and manage to just barely miss contact with you. Theon, it's your turn.
Do I get a go?
Did
Game,
it
check
make
your Discord.
noise?
Oh, I'm looking.
Did the tendrils
Uh,
make noise at all? Did like any rustling at all?
You heard some sound, some commotion. You heard an outburst from Zium.
Okay.
I
I
said something about how, like, whoops, I guess I was wrong. Everything's not okay!
can I see it?
Can you see it? As you pivot around, you do see this creature, and the tendril arms over its shoulders lash out at your friend Morris.
For a bonus action, I quickly say, Pedwin, another one! And I immediately cast Scorching Ray at this beast.
Another one, what?
And another
Bites the dust. Okay,
Another thing.
make your attack rolls. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
and another one gone. And another,
Three,
another one
raise
bites the
fire.
dust. Hey,
2d6.
Two.
Okay.
hey,
Um,
hey.
I'll just cast it. Okay. 17 to hit. 14 damage.
Don't you have to make 3 attack rolls?
Yes, but I'm wondering why it's 14 damage.
It says 2d6 plus 5.
Is it 2d6 plus 5?
I don't know. What does the spell say?
You don't get to
Yeah.
add your +5. It's just 2d6 3 different times.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Then then you have to uncheck the damage. Let me look at
2d6 fire.
Yeah. Okay, so subtract 5 from that, and I'm gonna.
Okay, so 9 damage. Okay, so your first attack was with disadvantage, but it connected anyway. So, Theon, you point forward, and this ray extends out from your fingertip.
Oh, yeah. Hang on, let me cast the other 2 now.
Well, hang on. Okay, well, whenever it's done. So as you do this, what happens is your scorching ray actually impacts an object much closer than you thought it was. And the image that actually lashed out at Morris disappears. And the scorching ray impacts into the side of this creature that is actually nearly between you and him, dealing 14 damage. So does it make a dex saving throw or anything, or no?
The first one doesn't take 14 damage. The first one was only 9 because it's not supposed to. Add
Right,
5.
sorry, yeah. So 9, and then you fix the rest, and you fix the other 2?
Yeah, I fixed the other 2.
Okay, so 9 and 3, and then 11. So
Yep.
23 in total.
Scorching ray.
Okay, does it set it on fire?
Uncle Ray Ray's got a game.
Just when you open the video, keep tapping 0.
What?
All right, so your scorching rays impact into this creature. It snarls and rears back. Morris, you're up.
Wait, so the creature disappeared?
The creature that attacked you disappeared, and then another one just like it reappeared after being impacted by Theon's spells.
And another one.
And
So-
another one.
Obviously angry because someone would lie to me and say that they took care of the
No,
situation when they
don't drop
didn't.
me, Morris! No! No! I don't
I-
want to be chopped.
I'm gonna enter a rage, right? Don't worry, I'm gonna take my anger out on the thing that looks like the thing that lashed out at me.
And you're not gonna ever do this again, Zium.
Act overconfident? Yeah, no, I'm gonna do that again.
So I'm gonna walk up to that thingy, and I'm gonna reckless attack it. twice as an action.
Okay, make your attack.
I said reckless, by the way.
I hear you. Make
Did
your
they go?
attacks.
There we go. Mic drop. I didn't even need the reckless.
Well, you did anyway.
Yeah.
All right, so Morris, you go to attack where, as you are charging forward to attack where that creature was, it actually disappears, and you see off to the side that creature reappear. But you carry on and you attack forward where you saw that creature last, and your axe impacts into its body, and you see as you feel the connection with your weapon into this creature's flesh, it rears back and roars with pain again, and where it was flickers and disappears, and the solid connection that you have, the creature actually reappears underneath the blade of your axe. So you deal, what's that, 14 and 9?
That's
So 25?
Uh-huh.
Oh no, 23.
Yeah, 23. Although I won't complain if it's a 25 either.
I'm sure you wouldn't. This creature is now bleeding significantly.
Good.
What the fuck is this blue D?
Oh,
In my
Shit.
turn.
and you end your turn, alright.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the creature lashes out at you, Morris,
Oh no.
with 2 attacks.
They're at advantage, by the way.
They are an advantage.
Wait, so did it attack and then it went around and it's wait, has a full turn passed since it attacked last? Because I don't think I got to attack yet.
You're right, I don't think you got to attack.
Did Zium Fartbender attack?
No, because it attacked.
Yeah, it attacked.
It attacked Morris, and then Theon released his held action. No, hang on, Theon didn't have a held action.
No, he didn't.
Nope,
There
I
were no
just
held
cast
actions.
So then, yes, I think I skipped your turn.
Theon
I don't know
Theon
how it
attacked
happened, but I
and
think
then
I
I
skipped your turn.
attacked.
I magic missile it.
Okay, do your magic missiles.
Wait, what am I looking at?
7 damage.
A lot of tacos.
Hmm.
All right, so Pedwin, as your small swarm of arcane bolts impacts into this creature, you can see that it's taken quite a bit of damage at this point. Which means that it wouldn't have been a disadvantage for Theon's first attack, but that doesn't matter because it hit anyway. Okay, so it still makes its advantage attacks against you, Morris. So that is first one hits, and second one it hits. Second one is okay. Sorry, second one's 21, which I'm pretty sure hits. Okay, 1d6 plus 4. You take 5 and 7 damage from each of the tentacle hits. Morris?
Oh, sorry, what?
You take a total of 12 damage, but halved
Half
because
to
you're
6.
raging to 6.
You're getting tentacle porned, man.
Oh.
Straight up hentai. Okay, so Pedwin, it's now your turn because we skipped you previously.
Magic missile.
Do it again.
That's it. pew, pew, pew.
Okay, so 6, 10 damage.
Just keep spamming arcane missiles.
It's the,
Well, the really useful thing about it is that because it hits automatically, it keeps revealing the true location of this creature. Every time this thing's natural ability has been fucking useless because everybody seems to be hitting it no matter what. So every time it connects, the image of where it used to be, it disappears, and the true location of the creature is revealed to all of you. ZM, you're up. Unless, sorry, Pedwin, are you going to use your movement or anything?
Nope.
Okay, ZM, you're up.
Wait, so is its location currently visible?
You just saw it get hit with Pedwin's magic missiles.
So, like, I can't see it, but I can infer where it is? That's what you're saying?
Oh no, you can see it. You can definitely see it.
Oh, I can see it. I can see it. Alright, yo. I just want to cast Vicious Mockery. His ass.
So what's your dexterity modifier?
he's smoking a doob.
Apparently.
Game.
I also want to say something about delicious sheep. Like, I don't know, something subtle like, oh man, isn't mutton delicious?
He's
Did
making
game
cheese.
just scream?
He's
Just
making
make a
cheese.
wisdom save against your vicious mockery.
Oh.
Yeah.
It succeeds.
Well, it still takes 2 psychic damage. For whatever that's worth.
Does it take the psychic damage no matter what,
Mm,
or only only if it fails?
only if it fails, I think.
I thought so as well because it's a cantrip.
I'll tell you that answer. No, you're right. Yes, it doesn't take anything. I'm gonna move up behind Mo. I'm done.
Okay, that ends your turn. Theon, you're up.
It's still just right there.
Is right up there, right there.
Okie dokie. So I'm going to sing how as I have. Actually,
It is pretty beat up. It is bleeding profusely and is panting heavily.
need to check something really quick. Okay, I'm gonna create a spell slot of level 2 with one of my sorcerer points.
All right. You create a level 2 spell.
Creating spell slots.
I think you
Sorcery
need
point
more
cost.
than one to do that.
Yeah, I have more. Except I don't have enough for what I wanted to do anyway. Lame. So, and to avoid that, I am going to move up to this motherfucker. And I am going to cast Booming Blade
Into your quarterstaff.
into my quarterstaff.
Booming.
yes.
Yes.
Okay, make a melee spell attack.
Can I use Twin Spell? When you cast a spell that targets only one creature and doesn't have a range of self, you can spend a number of sorcery points equal to the spell's level to target a second creature in range. Oh, a second creature. Never mind. Never mind. Okay, so I'm gonna smack him with Booming Blade.
All right, smack away.
So I always get this when I try to cast Booming Blade. Why does it do this? It asks me what level I'm casting it at.
0.
1D.
Also, it takes 3 sorcery points to create a second level spell slot.
Yeah, which is why I didn't do that. So
Wait, you did not create a spell slot?
no, I did not.
Okay.
That's why he's casting a cantrip.
At 5th level, okay, there it is. So I'm casting Booming Blade first. Why does it keep doing that? Okay, I'll just ignore that when it comes up.
Make your attack roll.
And my attack roll for quarterstaff. Do I need to care which one I hit with, the one-handed or two-handed?
It does more damage if you hit with two-handed.
Yeah, but like, do I ever use anything with my other hand, like in order to cast a Booming Blade or anything like that?
You need an arcane focus, which I assume is in your other hand.
Okay, so one-handed.
What are you using for your arcane focus, by the way?
Crystal.
The crystal that you have?
Yeah, it's an arcane focus crystal.
Okay.
So, quarterstaff. 17 with 1 bludgeoning damage.
Okay, 17 hits. So you deal
1 damage.
1d6
On
minus
the
1.
Yeah, right?
Wait, -1 is your strength or your is your strength modifier?
Yeah.
Okay.
On a hit, the target suffers the attack's normal effects, and it becomes sheathed in booming energy until the start of my next turn. If the target willingly moves before then, it immediately takes 1d8 thunder damage, and then the spell ends. Except because I am over level 5, it deals... The
2d8?
melee attack deals an extra 1d8 thunder damage to the target. Oh, that's what...
Okay, roll an extra d8 then.
Okay, so the original Booming Blade thing you have to ignore.
Now, hang on, it says, and the damage the
Slash
target takes from moving increases by 2d8. Oh, the melee attack deals an extra... Okay, yes, I see it.
Yep.
Okay, roll your extra d8.
Eight.
I see that.
Yep.
So Theon, as you bring your quarterstaff down, you actually connect with one of the tendrils, and you can hear the strain on the creature as your quarterstaff smashes into this tendril. And from the sound of the impact and the look of the tendril afterwards, you can tell you've done some very real damage, and this creature is now limping and bleeding heavily from its collected wounds, all the battered and sore parts from being hit by magic missiles over and over again. And it appears to be barely hanging on. The spell, the incantation transfers itself from a kind of dull green-brown around your quarterstaff and courses over the form of this creature. Morris, you're up.
It's right in front of me.
It's right in front of you.
Attack twice.
Your attacks.
Reckless. Phew. Maybe they'll show up. Just give it a second. There we go.
They both connect. How do you want to do this?
I guess I didn't need to go reckless either. I want to chop off all its legs. And then watch it die. And then
All right.
while it's dying, glance at Zium Fartbender. because he lied to us.
Okay, Zium, so you watch as this hulking man who is bleeding profusely, and you surprised that he still fights with this level of ferocity, just take the hits from this creature, and then shortly after a barrage of spells batter it, he just cleaves off all 3 legs on one side of its body with one hefty swing, before calmly walking to the other side and cleaving off the other 3 legs from the other side of its body with a second.
I
And as he
immediately
brings his axe down,
start
he exhales
cheering.
and looks towards you.
Yeah, no, I start cheering, and like I'm totally playing to his vanity, but like, you know, he can't tell that. Like, I'm just trying to, like, I'm just a cheerleader. Like, yeah, you're the best. Ah, you totally don't even remember what a piece of shit I was.
Huh.
I'm
It's
trying to
the
decide if this should be
only-
performance or persuasion.
I don't know, but maybe you can decide on neither, because I would have to get up in order to roll that, and I'm on the floor again.
Well, let's see what happens. All right, so Morris, as you are coming down from having finished executing this creature, you stare at ZM, who is cheering and applauding with joy, and he's seems to be legitimately excited that you slayed this creature.
Doesn't mean I'm not angry at him.
What a sourpuss.
I sheath my great axe and start following Pedwin again.
If it's sour, it means the pH balance is off.
All right, Pedwin, you begin heading further southwest, following your spell, followed closely
Yep.
by Morris. Theon and ZM, are you doing anything?
Just following along.
Pedwin, is that what you were doing?
Yep.
Okay.
The body's still just laying there. Of the
I kick the corpse as I walk past.
You give it a good thwack with your boot. Sorwin,
Actually-
after
It scares me once I do, and then I run away like a bitch.
with like a twitch of the arm, or no, there's no arm, there's no legs. With a twitch of one of the tendrils, the one that's remaining undamaged, you just kind of scoot away from it, content to be
Ew,
out of its
some
range.
blood came out. Ah!
As you continue southeast, Sorwin, after hearing this roar and running in that direction, as you round a corner, Pedwin, you just about walk into the half-elf that you recently battled with, or like battled on the same side against O2. After your sudden and abrupt reintroduction into this world.
Hello.
Weren't you supposed to give that to Hosk?
Give what to Husk? Man.
The thing with the stuff.
I couldn't find him, but I did see a massive army ahead. And also a really terrifying double-tailed 6-legged creature.
Yeah, we
And a
killed that.
tree that talked to me. You know what? Thinking of all this, I gotta stop smoking. Saw some shit today.
Can I take the tooth from him? I take
You-
the tooth from him.
All right. You take the fang, and it's heavier than you think, considering that it is a very large tooth. But it feels fairly well balanced in your hand. And the grip is, because you're a pretty big guy and your hand is pretty big, so the grip is not enough to fill your palm, but the fang itself extends a good 25 centimeters, so just short of a foot.
I'm gonna take it and start walking towards the drumming.
All right, Morris, you walk off towards the drumming. Theon shoots a firebolt.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to. I'll do it at the end. I'm trying to figure out why Booming Blade screws up.
It sears over your shoulder, Morris. You hear the rush of flame as it cascades off into the distance, like a flare, revealing your location.
I was aiming it at the damn sheep
I've
that was lying to us.
I've realized that he's a retard and doesn't mean it.
I was firing it at the sheep. Come on.
As all of you continue forward, you encounter Pedwin and Sorwin, who have bumped into each other. And Morris, you just continue walking?
Yeah, towards the drumming with the tooth.
All right. Morris continues walking. So Pedwin, Sorwin, Morris passes you by, just heading off in the direction of the drumming. He's clutching that large fang in his hand. And Theon and Zium catch up with you.
Let's keep going.
Yeah, I follow in. Hello
Going
again.
to Hosk. So we can stop this madness.
Wait, we ran into Hosk?
No, we're trying to find Hosk.
Oh. Okay. Onward.
I want to relay all the danger that's ahead and the creature.
That's nice, we're going the other way.
If you're heading towards the drumming, you're heading to where he described.
Well, I thought he was heading away from the drumming.
I'm heading towards the drumming. We have to
I
find
thought-
what's his name.
I thought Sorwin was heading away from the camp when he encountered this stuff.
Sorwin was
was.
heading towards where he thought you guys were going to be
Which
when
was
he
away
lost
from
his
the-
flight,
Yeah,
which was away
back.
from the drumming.
Yeah.
And then you two intercepted each other. So from his location away from the drumming and your
Okay.
roundabout way, the two of you have intersected and you are now heading towards the drumming.
Yes.
I understand now.
Okay.
I just keep walking towards the drumming then.
All right. So Morris, as you continue forward, just walking in a straight line path, as you continue to walk forward, you see out in front of you a gradual clearing that is approaching you, and you can see many, many lizard folk gathered. And as you're coming across, there are a few that actually begin running up to you, their spears out and pointed forward. And as they get closer to you, they stop and they look at you. And they look down and look back at you. And they keep their spears pointed towards you, but they do not continue their advance. Let me see, do I still have this map?
Am I bigger than all of them?
You're bigger than a lot of the lizard folk anyway, but there are some that are about your size.
Okay. I keep walking, careful not to walk into spears.
They kind of part and backtrack and essentially maintain a distance from you.
I kind of just want to get into the heart of them, like the center of the army.
Okay, sorry, I'm just gonna just give me a sec. I gotta add some pool to this. All right, so Morris is first. Who's Pedwin? You were after him?
Yep.
Okay, who's after Pedwin?
Go last.
Same as
Sorman is
before.
last.
I'll go fourth.
Okay, ZM, you're in the middle.
He fell asleep.
I think he's still on the ground, so he's in the middle.
Probably fell asleep.
I already fell
Potentially.
asleep.
Killer!
Kelly!
Fuck you guys.
Did you fall asleep?
No, I'm just relaxing.
I told you he's laying on the ground.
I'm just enjoying the fucking view.
Of your
The
ceiling?
A ceiling fan, thank you very much.
I actually was the floor.
Great.
All right.
Bunch of bitches.
So what you all begin to see extended out in front of you is a site with a small waterfall, and it is the other end of something you had seen previously.
Are there more lizard people here than what's shown?
There are a lot more than what's shown. It's just a
Okay.
lag if there's. So I'm gonna drop a lizard folk icon where there are essentially a squad or a cluster of them.
I start yelling Hosk.
Probably can't understand you.
Well, they understand Hosk.
So you're calling out for Hosk?
Yep.
All right, you're pretty close to the edge of this camp. So if you start calling out, they might hear you.
Well, that's the idea.
Okay. All right, so you just begin calling it out.
Walking into the camp and yelling Hosk.
Back and not walking.
So Pedwin, as you continue to call out, there are more and more lizard folk that begin to notice your presence. And Morris, you continue to walk forward, and the lizard folk that seem to back off away from you they're not engaging with you. And essentially they avoid you. They're trying to avoid contact with your person. And Pedwin, as you call this out, there is no one that you can see as far as any other lizard folk in this area. The rest of you continue to walk forward towards the small river that is forged by this waterfall, which you can see now is actually powering some kind of water wheel that is built into the cliff, maybe a third of the way down from the top. And this water wheel appears to be fixed to a large chain mechanism. And at the base of the cliff is a stone platform that has been recently reinforced with fresh wood and pieces of construct that have been lashed together. And as the water wheel turns, you can see that platform is beginning to slowly rise, and there is a group of roughly 12 to 20 lizard folk on the platform that is continuing to rise upwards. Some of them are looking down in your direction now, but as they continue to rise up higher and higher, they eventually meet with the ruined stone structure at the top of this cliff and disembark. And you can see there are additional lizard folk that are standing at the top of this cliff.
Just looking for anything that looks like a command center.
There is a tent that. Well, there's a tent that's on the right now. The entrance is facing away from you.
Head towards that.
I'm gonna walk into the tent.
All right.
I will wait outside.
Nope, you're coming with us.
Okay, I'll go with them. I just realized I should probably do that so I can translate and all that shit.
All right. Walking inside the tent, there is nothing that is remarkable or unusual about it. In fact, it seems pretty basic. And you hear a snarl behind you, and walking across a wooden plank, staring directly at you, Morris, is a larger lizard folk that does have red body paint on and is clutching in one hand a large maul. Apparently he likes being underneath the bridge, so I'm just going to put him on the land over here.
Like Darth Maul?
No, like a large warhammer,
Yeah,
but with
yeah.
like, needing two hands. And as you come out of the tent, he looks down at you and stares down at this fang, and then stares
Down
back
at
at
me?
you. Huh?
Is he taller than me?
He's not taller than you. He's standing on the bridge right now, which
Oh,
just fucking
I see.
move
Okay.
that up there. And that bridge is on a higher. It's in a small arc,
Yeah.
so he's standing on the bridge, looking at you, and he brings this weapon up and kind of brandishes it in your direction.
Like threateningly?
Well, more like in a kind of challenging fashion.
I pull out my great axe.
So you put the fang away because you're gonna hold your red axe with both hands.
Does the thing, does it have like something tied to it where because wasn't O'Toole wearing it around his neck?
There is still a rope that is connected to it. Yes, a small
Okay.
cord.
Can I like tie it around my neck? Is that possible?
You can tie it around your neck.
Okay.
So
Tie it
before
around
you
my
draw
neck
your axe, you
and then
tie
draw
it
my
around.
axe.
All right. There are more and more lizard folk now, and as the drum beats continue to pick up, more groups of them are moving inwards, trying to watch what becomes of this conflict. The ones that kind of passed or stepped aside to let you pass have kind of filtered in behind you now. There are pens with what appear to be prisoners and a captive horse, along with some of the lizards they use to ride off to the south of you.
hmm
And Pedwin, Zeum, Theon, and Sorwin, you're just kind of seeing this scene unfold where Morris begins to kind of have this stare down with this other lizard folk who is brandishing this weapon and kind of posturing, and Morris, in his beaten and bloodied state, has drawn his great axe. What do you do?
Who, me?
Well, we know what you're doing.
Oh, okay.
Are Pedwin, Zeum, Theon, or Sorwin doing anything?
I'm headed towards the entrance of the big thing, following Big Mo.
Well, we just walked out of it, right?
Yeah, there wasn't really anything remarkable in the tent.
Well, what's
Or
the
well,
next-
you'd have to
next
take
big
time
thing?
to investigate the tent.
What's the next big thing?
Do I
Still
see
yelling Hosk, by
Haas?
the way.
Yeah. Who has? I ask Sorwin to hold up the necklace of the tooth.
Well,
Morris
Morris has it is wearing it around his neck.
He's wearing it around his neck.
Yeah.
I tell Mo to hold up the giant tooth so they can all see.
I'm wearing it around my neck.
Yeah, it's pretty plain view.
The
It's,
lizard
it's
folk,
pretty obvious this is what that's all about.
Theon, you hear the lizard folk that is standing on this bridge. You hear him say something in Draconic, and he calls out. My throat's kind of hoarse, so I'm not going to do the voice, but he calls out, "You who wear the fang, speak to the tribe."
I ask Mo if I can wear the tooth.
I toss it to him because this sounds like it'll be good.
Morris, you go to take the fang off, and all the lizard folk in the nearby area begin to roar and growl, and this one that's on the bridge takes 2 steps forward.
All right. I stop. I look at
He
Say-
barks one word in Draconic at you, and Theon, you understand the word speak.
I say, I poke him in the side and say Hosk.
I just say husk.
The lizard folk seems to recoil. He turns off towards a member of the group that is nearby to these cages. And he points to him and points to a cage. The lizard folk steps backwards into these pens and out of sight and pulls from within one of these cages a beaten and bloodied lizard folk with a bag over his head. And this time, Theon, you do recognize the tattoos, and this is Hosk. And he appears to be a captive. And he is
Well-
brought forward and thrown at your feet.
Congratulations, we now have an army.
He's thrown at our feet. You say the bag is on his head or it's off his head?
There was a bag, and it's pulled off his head as he's brought here.
Okay, and he's like thrown in front of us.
Yes.
Okay. I hope this isn't dangerous. I'm gonna walk up to him. I hope the lizard people understand. I'm gonna walk up to him. I'm basically gonna. I don't know. I hope it doesn't sound too much like a marriage proposal, because it definitely isn't. But I'm gonna get down on a knee almost to like get lower than him, and then start
Okay.
taking off the necklace. Present it to him. Will you marry me? No. And then I'll hold it out to him, assuming I don't get attacked doing that.
So Hosk pulls himself up slowly to his feet and kind of looks at you and then looks down at the fang. And Theon, he looks at you. And he, for a moment, lingers his gaze on each and every one of you. And then turns back to Theon. And he asks, Otum is dead then?
That he is. We have slain him and burned his body, and made sure that the people of the village saw the symbol on his head.
As you begin to tell him this news, you can see the change in his expression. There's a shift in not just his face, but his physical form, as if hearing the news is relieving a physical burden as well as a mental one. And you get to the part about the mark on his head, and you see him look at you quizzically.
We were told by a messenger that he bears a symbol on his head, and I'm not sure what this symbol means, but I was told it was evil. I look back at Pedwin. I'm not sure if, like, you never told us what that meant, did
Nope.
you? Nope. So I just say,
You guys haven't stopped and talked about it yet.
Yeah.
You've been go, go, go.
yep. So I just say, a messenger told us that the symbol was evil. When I touched it, it was very hot to the touch, and there was another symbol on his head, and it was charred.
Oh, Achilles AFK.
Well, I assume he's just lying on the floor
Probably.
and hasn't
Oh, you
touched his
can't hear what
mouse
we
in
said
half an hour.
Sorry, you'll have to repeat what you said.
I said that we heard from a messenger that Otum hides a symbol underneath the skull. The symbol
yes,
was
okay,
hot to the
okay.
touch,
gotcha.
and the other one was charred.
So, Morris, you feel Hosk take the fang from out of your grasp. And as you do, there is a murmur of discussion, and just you hear all those folk cannot help it.
I'm gonna stand back up because all this body weight hurts when I kneel on it. Kneel on
So
my
you stand back up,
knee.
and
Mhm.
you hear Hosk turn, and even in his beaten and swollen state, and you can see all the bruises and like a black eye and his torn lip, and clearly he's been roughed up pretty hard. You hear him call out to the rest of the amassed lizard folk, all that are paying attention to him.
It moved me to AFK.
Because you were AFK,
If you're AFK for long enough, then
it automatically moves you.
floor does not count as keyboard.
How long was I in AFK?
I don't know.
I don't know,
2 or
like
3 minutes.
a minute, maybe a minute
How
and a half.
long did you not? Were you not able to hear us?
I was like, why is it so quiet? The fuck?
Yeah, if you don't make noise or
It's
do anything.
yeah, it's just a yeah.
It gives you like 30 minutes too, I think.
It's like Drac and TeamSpeak moving you guys all to fucking AFK every night.
When I fall asleep. Anyway. So you hear Hosk call out, and he says that Otum has fallen. His way is gone. We will not walk the path of blood. We return to the old ways, to Semwanya's ways.
Make the lizard people great again.
I'm pretty sure this guy is Bernie, not Trump.
Someone's ways, man. Someone's ways.
I go to the river and literally wash my hands of this, and then I start to leave.
All right, so you walk down to the river and wash your hands clean of any
What
dirt
happened to
and grime.
Honos? Sorry. I don't understand.
You think to yourself or you ask out loud?
I guess for now, I think to myself because we're busy, but I am curious.
Do I see Pedwin start walking away?
You do see Pedman walking away.
I give a sort of like a salute to Husk and start following Pedwin.
As you two begin leaving, Morris, the large lizard folk, steps up towards you, and he says something to you in this guttural, harsh language that you don't understand. And Theon, you do understand. And Husk comes up to try and intercede. But Theon, what you understand is, were you the one who slew Otum?
We all did, including Hosk. Hosk was invaluable.
The
Hosk
lizard folk
deserves
looks
to be
at
the
you.
leader.
Make a persuasion check.
I'm gonna roll with my die. Let's fuck D20 today. Or roll 20. 14.
The lizard folk kind of looks at you unwarily. And then looks at Morris. Then Morris, he pulls his weapon out again. And upends it and plants it in the earth. The hilt pointing into the air in front of you. And he looks at you and just nods once.
I'm bad at this stuff. Does it look like he's trying to give it to me?
You get the impression that he is giving it to you as a sign of respect.
Then I reach my arm out to take it.
All right, you grab a hold of it with one hand and you pull, and it's heavy. And you got to reach under and you got to use two hands to lift this up.
I shoulder it.
You haul it up onto one shoulder and rest. And as he looks at you, as you kind of heft it up onto your shoulder, and you see if you've ever seen a lizard folk smile, this lizard folk, a small curl at the sides of its mouth, and nods once more.
I smile back and give him a thumbs up.
He looks at you confusedly, and then he looks at Hosk, and Hosk kind of just nods in his direction. And you see the lizard folk kind of raise up a fist and point a thumb into the air.
I push it down.
You push it down, and he looks confused, and Hosk just bursts out into laughter.
And then I walk off into the sunset.
While this is happening, can I look at the where Hosk came from just to see if there's any other prisoners in there?
Looking into the pens, you do see two other figures that are inside these cages.
What race are they?
Taking a look, they seem to match the garb of two of the Gladeborn who appear to have been captured.
I kind of give a quick little elbow over to Sorwin, and I say, "Hey,
Glade.
What?
I need to get them out of there." So
What?
the necklace is currently on Hosk, right?
Necklace, Hosk is holding it in his hand.
Okay. I ask Hosk, and I say, Hosk, can you please ask them to let the prisoners go?
Let my people go.
So this is what I keep hearing every single time you guys say Hosk.
Damn. I mean, he is a lizard man kind of thing.
Ooh, bagpipes.
All right, so Theon, how are you going to try and secure the release of these individuals?
I'm asking Hosk to ask the guards to let them go because he's the one that holds the tooth. And they seem to present the tooth kinda presents an authority.
So Hosk turns to
Presence.
you, and he reaches forward and extends a fist out towards you. Kind of bent at the arm, he's holding it in front of his chest by about a foot. He just stares at you.
Hosk is?
Hosk does this to you.
I have no clue, so I kind of whisper over to him, what?
He just says back to you, take hold.
So I take hold.
I started describing what happened, but I took my hand off my push to talk button, so you guys didn't hear what I said. So the thing that I said is, you reach forward and take hold of his fist. And as he does, he reaches his arm around and clasps your shoulder with his free arm. And he nods at you, and you kind of take the hint, and you reach forward and you clasp his, kind of mirroring his motion. And he tugs you forward, and the two of you move towards each other, and he bends his head down, and your two foreheads make contact. You can feel the cold scales. What?
Then he stabs you.
Just shanks you 4 or 5 times. So he,
You can't
So you're-
trust Trandoshans.
your two foreheads make contact, and you can feel the cold scale of this reptilian creature. And as he pulls back, and you pull back, and you look up, all the lizard folk around here are staring at you. As he pulls back, and then you take your hand off of his fist, he says to you, "They will listen to you now."
You are my wife.
Ooh.
You just got married.
I just got wedlocked. Fuck.
You are reptile wife now.
So is there a guard like specifically guarding that area?
There are a few that are around those pens, yes.
I walk over to one of the guards and I ask, can you please let my people go? and
Okay,
I say
Moses.
they will not harm you.
Oh my god.
Make a persuasion check.
Thought you said they'd listen to me.
They are listening to you.
They're not stabbing you.
Yet.
16.
As you say this to them, they stare at you for a moment and then stare back at Hosk. Then one of them goes back and opens up the 2 cages, and brought before you are 2, well, 1 elven, 1 half-elven guard that appear to have been captured, and they are in an equally rough state as Hosk is.
Good.
And they look up at you and just stare at you with surprise.
I tell them in common, Or I tell them in Elvish, I say, trust us, they will not harm you for now. At least for now.
The younger one turns to the older one and just says, "Let's get the hell out of here." He turns to you. "Thank you very much."
You are welcome. Is there any belongings that they took from you?
"I don't need belongings.
Just
I
one
just
out
want to
of
get
here?
home.
Understood.
What shall I tell them when I get back?"
That the lizard men were being led by a horrible dictator named O'Trump. And they have since been freed. And now Hosk, who they are familiar with, is now leading them.
Did you see that picture I linked?
That is disgusting.
Like,
Sibo.
listen. Why are you?
Devo is completely
Why are you holding this?
Because it's fucking massive. Alright, I'm good. Sorry. Oh my god. Okay. I have a headache.
Okay,
The-
so you'll have to summarize what you said, Drac.
I just said, tell them that they were being led by a corrupt leader, and now a proper leader is now in place, and things will return as it is. I also look over at Hosk and I ask him what his tattoos stand for, because they seem to mean quite a bit. And I'm curious.
Well, so you say this to the two Gladeborn, and they kind of nod, and they begin heading across one of the wooden bridges and towards the platform that has actually come back down, and the lizard folk that were on it are beginning to disembark.
They're not gonna.
This kind of word has
stick
gotten
with us?
around. No, they're going home.
Okay.
So Hosk, in response to your question, as you look over to him, he's issuing orders to a few lizard folk that are around him, and you can see that those lizard folk that were getting ready for war begin to put their weapons down and take their armor and arms off. They begin to take down the tents, and essentially they're starting to pack up and like extinguish fires and things like that. These large bonfires that are set up on the opposite side of the water. And the rest of you, you're seeing this unfold, and are you choosing to do anything while this happens, or are you just kind of observing?
I'm gone. I'm like halfway through the forest.
You're heading
following
which
him.
direction?
I'm heading back to the Elven Village. I started heading there like 10 minutes ago.
All right. Well, the fastest way to the Elven Village would have been up the cliff, so you can head to the elevator that those two Gladeborn went to.
Well, I left before them.
Then you would have needed to found a way up the cliff.
I'll just... Well... I saw. Did I see the elevator?
Oh yeah, you couldn't help but see the elevator.
I'll take
There
the
is a
elevator
big.
then.
All right. You, as
I'm
these two
following
Bladeborn
him.
head towards you, they come across this gnome that has been waiting impatiently, just kind of sitting there tapping his foot, waiting for this elevator to come back down. As these lizard folk start to disembark, and he just runs on and stands there, equally impatiently. Morris, you start heading towards Pedwin.
Yeah.
Same.
Theon, you're leaving.
I'm starting to head towards there, yes.
Okay. So, as you ask Hosk what the tattoos mean, you recognize most of the symbols that are on him, and I listed some of them before.
Yes. There were children in clan before. There was another one that
Well, there was you saw honor, you saw duty, you saw kinship, you saw clan, you saw strength of will, you saw discipline, you saw focus. And there are two on his chest that are much more ornate. And as he points to those, he says Semwanya and children. And as he reaches his arm around and kind of extends outwards towards all of the lizard folk that are around him and kind of gesturing to everyone, he says again, Semwanya's children. And he points to one that is on just over his left shoulder. And it is the symbol for kinship or friendship, comrade, companion. And he looks forward at you and he says, friend to the tribe.
Oh. I ask him if I get one of those symbols too.
He nods his head. You come. Feast tonight. We give you the mark.
Nice.
Every language
Piss on
Oh,
a
that's said.
I yell over to Mo and say, Mo, big party here. Drinks.
You see Haas kind of reach forward and gesture towards you and Pedwin to kind of beckon you towards him.
I tell Pedwin we can't turn this down.
I'm turning it down.
For
What?
what?
What more
Oh,
important things could you possibly have going on?
A warm bed.
Turn it down for what?
A warm bed. There's fires. I would like to try to persuade Pedwin to stay.
Look,
Maybe-
I'm like nowhere near you for one thing, and for another thing, I already washed my hands with of this, so I can't go back because my hands are washed.
I don't know what that means.
Well, you have fun in Boring Town. I'm gonna go party.
All right, Morris, you head back to where Hosk is.
Yeah.
All right. So you cross the wooden platforms and you kind of you reunite with Hosk and Theon and Sorwin. I'm assuming you stayed over here, or were you leaving as well? And Ziam, what about you?
I
You've
wanna
just
party.
heard this. You've heard this conversation amongst
Wait a minute.
individuals in Draconic, and then you heard Theon exclaim in common to Morris that there is a big party.
Wait a
Yeah,
minute.
I'm throwing
Wait a
down.
minute. Do lizard people even have hard drinks and beer and ale? Because Hosk definitely couldn't stomach it. Wait a minute. Okay.
I mean,
I
you can
feel-
inquire.
I ask Hosk. I say, Hosk, Mo would like to partake some of
In the
your
drinky drink.
ale. Could you bring him some so he can taste it?
He says to you, much was taken in raids before.
I turn around and go back to the elevator.
You didn't understand what he said.
I can understand bad news in any language.
Well, I
Gonna-
thought the implication
It's
was
about
that.
alcohol.
I thought the
have a
implication
lot.
was that they do have a lot. Yeah.
Oh,
I'm not really
I thought
sure
he was.
how.
I
They
thought, I
took a
thought he
lot in
meant.
raids, man. Not
I
from
thought they
them.
were rated.
How are they rated? Who the fuck is rating them? They're doing the rating, bruh.
I don't know. Maybe the reason they want to kill the elves is because they raided them before.
No, you heard.
Uh.
There was explanation. Well, okay, never mind. It was mentioned before why they were so angry. I'm getting some
Mo
water.
was
I'll be right
listening to him.
That's true. Oh, did not
Please don't
understand.
tell me you're washing your hands because that means you can't come back.
Apparently. Okay, so we'll say that Zium, Morris, Theon, and Sorwin, you and Hosk and the vast majority, in fact, pretty much all of the lizard folk, pack up this and disassemble this war camp, and they all begin this march back to their home into the swamp.
Did they disassemble the elevator?
Dude, I don't want to march into the swamp with them.
Yeah, they're going to the swamp. I thought we were having a party here.
Yeah, that we're throwing down right now. I don't want to
Oh.
like pack.
I'm gonna take a flask out of my
That's,
cloak pocket.
that's what I thought all the campfires were for, man.
Oh, okay. You know what? Then
Yeah.
we can
I'm
make
ready
that
for like
happen.
episode 6 throwdown.
All right.
We'll
We'll.
Ewoks and shit.
No, that's fine. You know what? That actually makes way more sense.
I just dropped a quarter.
We can always
So-
plan it tomorrow
because
morning.
because at that point I would have went with Pedwin.
Well, no, I don't want to deny you guys the party. So
I would like to get wasted.
So there are barrels and barrels that are kind of unpacked, and there are crates, and it's kind of pulled open, and you can see there are dried rations, there are fruits, there are meats that are being like fresh kills that are kind of being hauled out and starting to put on spits that are tossed over some of these fires, and there's already one low kind of cooking fire with a great big pot over it that you can just see things are being tossed into.
And Pedwin starts to smell it and change his mind.
And Morris, there is an entire cask of ale that is brought over to you, carried by 2 lizard folk, that
I'm
then
gonna
set
try
it
to
down in
drink the
front
whole
of you.
thing. I'm gonna try to drink the whole thing.
Oh shit.
I mean, not in one go over the course of the night, but I'm gonna try to drink the whole thing.
All right, you got to open it up. How you gonna do it?
You said it was a barrel.
It's a cask, but there's no spigot.
Uh,
So you can see there's like one opening on the side of the barrel that's just got a big cork in it.
Are there any bitches nearby?
Yeah, I'm with this guy. Let's find some
Lizards.
lizard chicks.
Some female lizard
Yeah.
chicks that
Um,
want to
because-
partake in blunts.
Because that's step 1 in the
Yeah.
whole fuck bitches get money plan.
would
both
make
of
a
you
little-
both of you make investigation checks.
Oh,
should it
yes.
You know what?
You
Zium make
get
an
the
investigation.
transvestite instead.
Dorwin make a nature check.
Yeah,
Nature
imagine
check,
big
nice.
nature checks.
Oh my God.
Nature checks.
Well, yeah, but Zium has no
Fucking-
frame of
Oh,
reference.
I don't
Nature
see
check.
anything.
Fucking
There's a bunch of
Sorwin.
penises in here.
No, that's a pretty good check,
Oh no,
man.
I think
I rolled
I
a
got
natural 1. I
thought I
don't
got the
find
three.
any
Boy.
bitches.
You find a transvestite.
I'm definitely gonna open up the barrel using. Do I have gunpowder on me?
Nope,
Shit!
I have it back.
Damn it! Then I am going to use a. I gotta use a javelin and then hit the other end with the new hammer.
All right, so wait, you're gonna javelin one end and what? How you gonna do that?
I'm gonna stick a javelin in the cork and then use the maul that I got to hit the javelin into the cask.
Oh, to like punch the cork through?
Yeah.
Okay, well you probably wouldn't need the javelin to do that. You could just hammer the cork.
Okay, yeah, I'll just do that then.
All right, so you bring the hammer up, and as you swing it down against the cork, make a strength check.
I think it's a disadvantage.
It is a disadvantage.
Exhaustion, bitch. Fuck.
Sorwin, you were able to successfully determine that there are no lizard folk females in this area.
Wow.
Zium, there's a couple that have caught your eye. They seem to be like exchanging glances.
I
you never
motion
know.
to the closest one.
You head over towards one that is a little bit more slender in their form, and they're kind of instead of pure green, it's kind of like kind of green and mottled brown kind of mixed in.
I'd like to smirk and play a ditty on my lute.
All right, make a performance check.
Oh no, natural 20. Please. This would be the best. Yeah.
All right, so you flex your musical muscle, if you will. Oh god. And so as you begin your performance, you kind of pick up this beat, and it starts to work with the drum beat that's coming off from the far side of the river.
I know how
That
to
has gone
work it.
from this kind of like intense droning to more of kind of like a lively and upbeat kind of more like a dance rhythm almost. But it's very like simplistic and kind of tribal, but it's it's kind of infectious too. And you can see that there are lizard folk in some of the groups now that have put down their weapons. They're beginning to kind of form rings that are around some of these bonfires, and they're beginning to just kind of in sequence are kind of dancing back and forth in these small rings that are kind of getting larger and larger as more join in on around some of the various fires. The ones that are not being used for cooking, of course. There are there are boxes of crates of wine that are brought out, and digging around you can see kind of like square bottles of some kind of spirit. Morris, when you were bringing your hammer up, wait, did you make a strength check? Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
So you're able to successfully not destroy the barrel, and as you hit with the hammer, the weight of it kind of surprises you, and instead of just poking the cork through, you like break a small fist-size hole in the barrel, and then otherwise begin like just lifting it and starting to chug from the opening.
I said not the whole thing and
From the bung?
Wait, what?
Are you chugging out of the bung hole?
No.
That's what you're about to do.
Oh yeah.
So Morris, you just begin chugging?
Yeah, but I don't plan on drinking the whole thing in one go. It's supposed to last me the whole night, just enough to keep it from like spilling all over the place.
All right, so you're just taking big mighty swigs of this
Yes.
barrel, and like as you set it down, you put it down, and there's like 4 or 5 lizard folk that are significantly smaller than you because they're just smaller creatures, and they just look up at you, and they look down at the barrel and look up at you again.
I guess I motion for them to drink some.
Well, they already have drinks that they're
Oh, okay,
they've
good.
got these. And they're not like cups; they're like stone bowls
For a
almost.
second there, I thought I'd have
Stone
to
wooden-
share.
Oh no! You see that there's a there's a smaller cauldron of liquid that you see the lizard folk are spooning bowls of, and kind of drinking it. And as more and more of these get consumed, you can see them start to loosen up more, and you can surmise that it's their own rudimentary form of alcohol.
I try to convince as many of us as I can to drink what I have.
You try and convince as many of the lizard folk to drink from the barrel of ale you have.
Yeah.
As you kind of motion for them over, you see the remainder of them down what is left in their bowls and kind of come over to you and hold them up.
Yeah. I fill him up. Fill him up.
All right, so you fill up with there's 5
Not
bowls
their
in front of you.
anuses. Sorry, Killy. That's not what I'm doing.
You fill up the 5 bowls that are in front of you, and there's a variety of lizard folk. One of which is also the large one that handed you the warhammer or the great hammer.
Well, I can't really talk to him, so.
Well, no, but all of you like they kind of raise their bowls expectantly towards you.
Yeah. I filled him up, right?
Well, they are. Yeah, they're waiting on you. They're holding up these full bowls.
And now it's getting really
Toasting, man.
awkward. Yeah, now
They're
it's super
they're
awkward.
toasting.
I just start drinking.
And when you start drinking, they start drinking.
Yeah.
Sorry, I wasn't paying enough attention.
All right, Pedwin, the elevator that you're standing on is beginning to slowly raise itself up, and you're beginning to see this kind of unfolding scene of revelry as the platform is beginning to raise higher and higher under the power of the waterfall. And then maybe 2 minutes pass, and there's a dull kind of thud. And you walk off this platform, and kind of standing in front of you is I guess it's still afternoon now, so the kind of red-orange light is cascading in from the western sky, casting increasing shadows on the ground as you begin to make your way towards where you believe where you remember the Silver Spear Glades are, following the river southwards, seeing as you know exactly where north is.
Yep.
Make a survival check.
Oh no.
Well, I have the 2 dudes
Goodbye, Eddie Aikau.
with me. Right?
Which
Yes, there are
heavily
Aloha,
injured.
bro.
The
Which are
Gladeborn.
heavily injured.
Aloha.
They're
I mean,
still.
the river. I mean, goes straight to the town, right?
You don't know that.
I've been this way before, haven't I? I
Not
haven't.
this
No,
way.
No, I haven't. No. But I'll get there eventually.
Well, the 2 Gladeborn that are with you,
Yeah.
they essentially act as your guides.
Yep.
And collectively, the 3 of you, it takes maybe 2 or 3 hours. By this time, the sun has started to set. By the time that you make it towards the outskirts of the village. And it's at this time, as you're coming forward towards this, you see that patrolling the outside of the village, you do notice more pairs of these individuals, but there are barricades that are set up, and there appear to be checkpoints. And you notice none of the populace that are not armed are visible. However, they do appear to be disassembling most of these ramparts and these constructs meant to resist advancing personnel. You are led across towards the moat and into the village. The Gladeborn kind of explaining where they've come from, and they deliver the message that Theon gave to them, which you don't know what it was, but you do hear them deliver a message about how the lizard folk are not, the army is no longer coming, and they were under the influence of, yes, so you heard from what it was before.
He speaks Elvish, doesn't he?
Nope.
No? Oh.
Common and Gnomish. Hono speaks Elvis.
Oh.
And so, Pedwin, you have arrived in the Silver Spear Glade. So what are you doing now?
I'm gonna go find a place to nap. In a warm.
All right. All right, so you head towards the only place that you've been able to stay successfully. Actually, I'm trying to think. Did Pedwin spend the night here?
I don't think he did. I don't think.
No, I don't
ever
think he did
spent the night
either.
here.
I'm pretty sure he did. When we first got to the town,
I
right?
think we just passed through the first time.
Yeah, because the
Well-
first night you spent was at the foot of the cliff
I thought
in that ruined, or by the cliffside where the waterfall was.
I thought Pedwin came with us here.
I did,
When-
but we passed through, I think.
Well,
never
I
stayed
remember
the night
my
here as
my
Pedwin.
great great ex wasn't it modified that first night?
Yeah. Because we came back with.
Yeah, that's right. You came back
yeah,
with Lola,
you
but
guys.
that's when Honos returned.
Yeah, but you guys also met me. Like I met you guys while you guys were at
In the
Sun
Silver Spear
Spirit
Glades,
Inn.
yeah, that's right.
So
Is Pedwin like the name of one of the owls in Harry Potter?
That's
Hedwig. That's what you're thinking of.
yep.
Yeah,
It-
that's
I
probably
can't-
what it
I can't remember then.
All right, so Pedwin, as you continue to walk in, your presence there was kind of explained and corroborated by the two Gladeborn that have come back. But since being left alone, you notice that you do have someone following you.
I'm just looking for an inn. That's all I want. I spent like a week in a magical forever land. And then I just get back and I want to find a bed.
As you're exploring this area, you actually come across the druid that you encountered initially when you came to this village for the first time, because I think the only major figures you met were the druid and the forge master.
Yeah.
So you encounter him, and through his shock and surprise at your presence, and after he engaged you in conversation for a short while, you inquire about a place to sleep, and he offers you a place in one of the barrows beneath the
Let's do
sacred
it.
grove.
Do it.
You enjoy a soft and comfortable elven bed.
Aw, yeah.
Morris, Zium, Sorwin, and Theon. So as the night has progressed, you've seen all these lizard folk become increasingly drunk, and everyone is just having at the food, the fresh kills. There is this giant cauldron of soup that people are just taking enormous bowls from, and as it happens, there are more ingredients being tossed in. Sorwin, you notice that there are a number of shaman that are beginning to kind of gather around one of these tents that are set up in the northern part of the village,
Oh, it's a clan bake.
and they kind of beckon you forward.
I go forward.
And so as you meet with you enter this tent with these other shaman, and you sit around, and there's probably 9 or 10 other shaman that are there. And there is a small fire that is within this tent as the smoke kind of curls up and exits out the small vent at the top. The smoke is a very different scent, very kind of heady and strong, and you get a little woozy as you stay in there for long enough, and you begin to breathe the smoke for a while. And as you do, you begin to notice all these shaman are kind of swaying back and forth, and they slowly begin to get into this kind of rhythm where they're just kind of swaying back and forth, left and right, forward and back, very slowly. And they seem to be able to kind of get in tune with each other's movements, despite the fact that all of their eyes are closed. Make a Constitution saving throw.
Ooh, I am the Constitution. Constitution.
okay, I thought you were gonna forget this entire day too.
So as you begin breathing in the scent of what's being burned in this fire, you can see different occasionally one shaman will reach forward and toss a small cup of some kind of dry plant matter into the fire, and this different colored smoke will curl up and off of it. And there are these small pipes that are rather crude but well constructed that begin to circulate around the group of shaman. And it's strange because you only open your eyes every so often, but you see all of these individuals are managing to kind of interact cohesively, but all of them still have their eyes closed. And the times that you close your eyes, you find that your hands are almost on autopilot, and you can stay in time with the movements, hearing the music from outside and other strange sounds that begin to affect you. And the few times you open your eyes, all your colors are more vibrant now. And you blink, and you open your eyes again, and you are standing in a wide open plain, and it's daytime. And there are trees scattered about, but you are somewhere else right now.
Nice.
Morris, you have been continuing to toss back ale, and in sharing with some of your companions and continuing your drinking itself, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Uh-oh. Easy.
No problem. In fact, you're starting to get near the bottom of this cask of ale.
Easy.
Actually, you know what? I'm going to roll for the other lizard folk too.
I find another cask of ale to open up,
Easily done.
and I try to open it up the same way.
All right, make another strength check.
Oh.
So this time you bring your hammer up and down, and because you're a little bit more intoxicated than you perhaps thought you were, as you bring the hammer down, it doesn't just punch out where the cork was or even a small space around that. You just destroy the top of the barrel. And there's a bunch of wood and splinters in the ale now, but you seemingly just don't give a shit and you start drinking from it anyway.
Don't drink the splinters.
Can I like splash them out, kind of?
Yeah, you managed to get around most of them, and
Okay.
in fact, some of them seem to just disappear as a few other lizard folk come by and just scoop their bowls out from the now opened up cask of ale.
Nice. Oh, while I'm at it, I want to make sure. I want to make sure I still got one. I'm gonna fill up my one wineskin that I have while I'm at it.
You're gonna fill it up with ale?
Yeah.
All right. You can see the bubbles are expelled as the fluid flows into the wineskin until it will take no more. You pull it up and cork it.
All right. Keep drinking. So I'm gonna change that from wineskin empty of ale to wineskin full of ale.
So Theon, what have you been up to in this time?
I have drank a little bit, not like an immense amount.
Weak.
And I am talking with Hosk, and I just want to hear a story about Semwanya.
All right. I need to take a leak, so I'm going to be back, and then we're going to go over that. And then ZM, you're up next.
Jesus. Drac over here just going easy while Morris and I'm on a fucking plane right now.
But I'm up.
So seriously, what happened to Honos? Do I have to ask that in game? I don't understand. Where'd you-
I
where
don't
miss-
know what, like, nobody
Oh,
knows
okay.
what happens
Alright.
except
Honos
Joe.
knows.
Oh,
what
okay.
happened to Honos.
I'm missing the stab tonight.
So what
That's
happened
bad.
last week is he snuck off into the woods, and
when
then
shit got
when we
real.
started the fight,
Mm.
no, right before it happened, he snuck
Mm.
off into the woods, and then once the fight started, fucking Pedwin like comes like running out of the sky and like goes poof.
Huh.
Poof.
Nice.
Ah, you a poofta?
You didn't meet the creepy guy, did you?
Talking
What?
to me?
No, game.
What was the question?
Yeah, you didn't. Well, we last
Oh,
session we met.
Scorus.
Yeah, Scorus. We met this guy, who was inside the building we were sleeping in, and
Hmm.
he was like this weird creature that wanted to trade information, and Honos talked a lot with him, and then snuck off with him.
Huh? The mystery.
It's a mystery.
The mystery. Damn, I'm sad I missed the Bears. Excited for the Bears and the O2 fight. I'm almost glad I didn't get eaten today.
Eaten by bears.
Hmm?
Eaten by bears.
Yeah, eaten by a double tail, 6-legged dude.
I cannot express how much I hate playing D&D because I always buy stuff on Amazon when we're playing. At least how much my wallet hates it.
Why do you keep buying stuff on Amazon? What do you keep buying on Amazon?
Every time we play D&D, it always ends up being car cleaning stuff.
Well, I would assume you're gonna buy that anyway.
Eventually,
Maybe it's when you're drinking.
I guess that could be it.
Damn, I really need to clean my car.
All right. So, Than, you've been speaking to Hosk about you want to know a story about Semwanya.
Yeah.
So, as Hosk is, someone brings him a flask of whatever this alcohol is that the lizard folk have been kind of brewing themselves. And Hosk takes a drink from it and then hands it forward to you.
I drink from it.
All right, you take a swig and it is harsh as fuck.
Awesome, I think, maybe.
It burns going down. It's got like, it tastes a little bit like root beer, but significantly more like the root element.
I mean, I don't
But
really
you
like
can certainly
beer,
feel the
so-
alcoholic kick. You get a sense
Ah.
that the kind of combustible material that you were exposed to, this might have been some kind of derivative of it.
You're drinking gasoline.
Nice.
And Hosk, for the first time ever, you see Hosk actually relax. He looks almost happy. And as he relates this story to you, he tells you, he says, to understand Semwanya, you understand where we are from. Semwanya made all of our kind. And he puts his hand to his chest. My people, from before my clutch. Semwanya picked them up, dropped them here to this land. Only the birds came before us. Semwanya chose this place for our people as our home. She told us first of the land spirit. Since then, she teaches us how to hunt, to fish, to protect our clutch. Keep safe home for the young ones when we are old. And he once again gestures out, and you kind of see him indicate towards all of the lizard folk who are in revelry. They are partying. There are some that are already passed out asleep. There are some that are just in the water, just splashing around or swimming wildly. You see revelry around you, just wild, unbridled fun. And then he brings that gesture around towards him, and he points towards himself. He points towards you. And he says, Semwanya's way.
This is how you join a cult.
I hold up my drink and I say, to Semwanya, and I drink again.
And he's been handed another one of these after handing his to yours. And he raises his, and the two of you take a swig. Make a Constitution saving throw.
It's actually not too bad.
Semwanya.
It burns like a motherfucker, but you can take it.
I'm probably gonna be taking it a lot better than what Killy's about to take his.
Did you want to do anything else after hearing the story, or just continue on with this kind of thing?
I would just kind of like ask him where the Semwanya symbol is on his body, and then kind of like gesture that and say that's where I'd like 1, 2.
So he points to his left pec, and he indicates, and he says, Semwanya. It is this large, intricate, ornate symbol that it features primarily what looks like one long, continuous kind of coiling line that winds around and kind of back in on itself. But there are kind of accents and shapes that are around it. Some are fixed to the side. And the head of the serpent is not just a normal snake head, but it is more angular and more pointed on the front. And there are small touches of color that are put in around some of these accents on the side. And you can see that despite where the fact the other symbols are kind of mostly dark and singular colored, this one does have more detail put into it. And he stands up and he beckons forward and he calls out, "Bring me the ones who make the marks. Find me the shaman." And there are 2 lizard folk that dash off towards the north, where you saw Sorwin disappear a little while ago. Ziam, you've been playing your instruments and trying to entice these lizard folk that you've come across that kind of stand out from the others. And they certainly appear to be listening intently to your music and enjoying kind of swaying back and forth. And you're kind of building off the pre-existing rhythms that are there from the drums and kind of enhancing that. And you're playing your flute or a string instrument, or what are you on?
Am I still trying to fuck bitches and get money?
To my knowledge, yes.
Oh, okay. Right.
Instead of being on another plane of existence, he's gonna be under some pain of resistance.
Is that like an ass fucking joke?
Yeah.
it
I think it is. And I think it was not a half bad one.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
It's better than I could have come up with on the spot.
The best ass fucking joke is no ass fucking joke. No, I'm
No
playing.
ass
I'm
fucking,
playing
what
the
a joke.
lute.
All right, so you are plucking away and strumming on your stringed instrument.
Yeah,
And while
when I
while
heard all
some,
that shit about Samwanya, I incorporated it into the lyrics or whatever.
do you speak Draconic?
No.
You hear a lot of conversations in a language you don't understand.
Oh, that's fine because I was busy focusing on the pussy.
That's right, and you
Killy never understands Draconic ever.
That is true. I've never understood Draconic. That guy is weird.
So while there have been kind of newcomers to the crowd around you, and some people that were there initially have kind of left, eventually there are more and more that kind of peel off and fade away until there's just you and this one kind of smooth-skinned lizard folk.
I make a move.
All right, they're just kind of tending a small fire. How do you make your move?
I mean, I'm singing very close to them, and then I just like try to touch them on the side of the face or something.
All right, make a. I'm trying to decide, should it be persuasion or just general charisma? Yeah, make a charisma check.
But like
Uh-oh.
the computer's so far away. Oh god, I have to get up. Ugh. What did you want me to roll?
A charisma check.
Hey, I'm good at that.
I bet you are. Okay. So as you kind of end on this soft string of notes, you strum down the strings. You kind of extend your hand forward. You brush past and make contact with the cool, smooth skin of this lizard folk. Kind of looks down and notices the contact, and kind of moves in reaction and kind of surprise, but then doesn't recoil, and then kind of maintains their position, leaning inward slightly.
I go for a kiss.
Karma, 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 chameleon.
All right, so as you
I mean,
reach,
I don't know. I don't really notice anything amiss, right? Like I'm still into this, right?
make an insight check.
That's great. Please find out now.
Oh no.
Nope.
You suddenly get the sense that while this creature does not have any, it seems to be fine with your presence. But as you kind of lean forward, you notice its expression kind of change to one more of confusion, as it's not sure what the hell you're trying to attempt at this moment. And so as you kind of lean forward and your lips make contact with the kind of cold scale,
I shudder a bit, and then I start paying attention to my drink. I'm like, and pass it off like, oh, I don't know, I gotta refill this drink, guys. Whoops. Catch you around.
and you kind of make your way back in towards the groups
Yeah.
in search of more alcohol.
Yeah, and less shame.
And more girls?
No, I think I've thought better of lizard girls by
There's
this
a
time.
horse in the pen.
Fuck you.
I'm not sure if it's a dude, but I mean,
Is that Kristen Bell?
no, the horse is not Kristen Bell.
No, the fucking picture.
Yes, it is.
What picture?
Not in D&D.
The cat?
Yep. You nailed it.
Yeah, it's Kristen Bell. All right, so Museum, you head back towards the rest of the group, and as you are heading back, you actually are suddenly seized and grabbed by two other lizard folk. And they begin to lift you upwards, up and off of your feet, and they kind of pull you in towards the group along the eastern bank, where you can see that Morris and...
Did you say they pulled me off my feet?
Yeah, they lift you up, and there are two other lizard folk that then grab you by your legs, and they're kind of carrying you in towards where Theon and Hosk is.
Did I just get married?
Possibly.
And you are brought forward and kind of set down near one of the large fires where you already see that Sorwin, Theon, and Morris have been kind of collected as well. Morris is still drinking away. In fact, everybody still has drinks. And you see Hosk, who kind of gets up, and he's a little shaky on his feet. He stands up and he calls out, "Bring me the shaman, the one who makes the marks." And there are 4 shaman that step out, and Sorwin, you recognize them as some of the ones that beckoned you in towards that tent. Now, Sorwin, anyone looking at you just kind of sees you swaying back and forth, and your eyes are still closed. You have no idea as to your surroundings for the moment.
Nice.
And Theon, you see as one of these 4 shaman that have come up they have tribalistic markings on their face, and you see that they have a series of items with them, and one of the things that are brought to them are kind of a hot iron needle that is been placed near the fire long enough to actually have a small red glow to it.
Okay, while they're walking up, I am taking a good look at if they're drunk or not.
The shaman don't appear to have consumed much of any alcohol, but most of them just kind of disappeared off into a tent that Sorwin disappeared off into. And when you look over at him, he's just kind of sitting there with his eyes closed, just oblivious.
Works for me. As long as if the guy's hand-eye coordination's good, and it looks like it's pretty good.
So the lizard folk, they begin to actually simultaneously undergo this ritual where they mix together a few pieces of plant matter and some of the nearby water. And then each of them make a slash in their hand, not with the hot needle, but with a knife. And they mix in a small amount of their blood with the paste that they're putting together.
AIDS.
Fish aids.
And they pull up. They expose a sleeve on each of you, or whatever part of your body you choose to have, really.
Is this the marking for kinship that we're getting?
This is the marking for kinship.
Where's kinship on Hosk?
It is on his right shoulder, like the deltoid.
So on the back.
No, the deltoid is the part like right above the arm that connects the arm and the body.
Okay.
Okay,
You're
picture
talking more
okay,
like his right upper arm,
Okay.
like closer to the shoulder.
Drac, picture Samus. You know how she has those really enormous shoulders?
Yeah.
So where those enormous shoulders are, that's the deltoid.
Yeah, I just always, like, when we were going through, like, gym class and stuff, it was, like, on the back of the shoulder.
Well, I mean, the deltoid has different parts to it,
Yeah.
but suffice it to say, it's the
Yep.
round portion of the shoulder,
Okay.
and it's right on, it's smack dab on the side.
Yeah. Cool. Works for me.
All right, so Morris, you have your shoulder exposed. It might actually already be, now that I think about it.
I think so. I don't know if I wear a shirt. I don't think I do.
I don't think so. So Ziam, you are sat down next to your companions, and your sleeve is pulled up and over your shoulder, and you see this lizard folk kind of sit down in front of you and begin to undergo this ritual, culminating in him making a small slash in his hand and incorporating some of the blood. And then he grabs this red hot needle and he places the tip of it against the skin of your shoulder, and then in a very rapid very rapid fashion, traces a kind of a very twisting
Rats.
organic design with the needle, and is kind of rotating the needle to keep a hot portion of it in contact with your skin. And it happens in less than a couple of seconds. And the skin itself begins to kind of swell and blister in contact with the heat. And he takes the mixture that he has put together and he smears it against your skin. And wherever the burn is, it seems you suddenly feel a
Rapid passion in my butthole.
a kind of cold penetrating sensation as it kind of sinks into your arm. And what they continue to just apply more of this mixture that they've made, and every so often a new red hot needle is brought where they trace a new pattern or go over the same old pattern before applying more of the mixture to then kind of cool it off and soothe it, like immediately after following the exposure to the heat. And this happens to all of you.
Can I choose
Sorwin.
to have it on my neck instead?
You can choose to have it wherever you like. So where on your neck is it?
What's the best place to have it on my neck? Let me roll a die.
All right.
Oh, I don't know how to read this. Looks like the right side of my neck.
All right, like directly on the side or on the back or on the front?
Yes, directly on the side.
All right. So this process is performed on you. Theon, where did you want it? Or you have it on the deltoid. So Ziam, where did you want it?
He already
Where-
got his burned up.
Do I want the tattoo?
Yeah.
I'm not sure I wanted it at all. I probably just accepted wherever the guy tried to do it.
That would have been in the same place to stay on then, probably on the right deltoid.
Probably just submitted that ass.
So, Sorwin, you have been in this beautiful place. There is soft, warm wind. There's
You're
only the
waking up
occasional,
with a tattoo.
the only occasional bird call, and you're in this wonderful space. And as you're looking about and around you, as you stare off further to what you think is the east, as you look, the landscape begins to change, and it goes from this kind of open plain dotted with trees every now and then in these kind of grasslands, small rivers. It changes more into a densely forested area. And you can see the edge of a large green shape off to the right-hand side, the land kind of contorting and shaping upwards. And as you peer off into the east, your vision sees far, it sees deep. It sees past many, many trees. And it slows down and it stops within a meadow. And there's a pool with the moon reflecting in the surface. And the moon is a very, very thin crescent. And as you peer up from this pool and you look forward, there is suddenly a very large, massive tree.
Yggdrasil.
But this tree is covered in these dark brown and gray. There are these figures, these shapes that are kind of latched onto the sides of it. You can see anywhere that they are contacting the tree, it is the bark is withered and is losing color. And you can feel the pain and the loss of strength the longer you stare at these dark shapes. They are amorphous, but they seem to be kind of wound into the bark of the tree. And you look down at the pool again, and this time the moon is completely dark. It is a new moon. And you turn your head, and this time you look north. As you look north, you peer past, and you see past anywhere that you've traveled on this island. And the coast rushes towards you. And you see indistinct shapes beneath you as you hurtle towards the surface of the water. In your mind, there is a flash. There is an iron lantern. And it glows with a dull, pale green light. And off across the water, you see another light, the same color, glowing slowly brighter and brighter. And it's the only light on the surface of dark water, not illuminated by anything. And from this ship, you hear wailing. You hear the sound of suffering. And this experience, you're held in this moment, and you're just kind of floating above the surface of the water. What are you thinking?
That I have to help. I don't know. That's there's something in pain.
You see yourself from above. You see a figure. You see yourself, one of a few figures that stand on a small raft with a similar lantern drifting forward towards this ship. and the ship turns unnaturally fast, turning around 180 degrees, and it begins to sail off. And the raft with you and these other figures on it follow in stride beside it. Your speed seemingly matching somehow the unnatural speed of this ship that moves without sail. And then there is a searing pain in your right shoulder for a few seconds, and then a cold sensation, and you open your eyes and you are back here in front of the river. You look down and there is a shaman that is tracing a red hot iron spike, basically, or needle, across a pattern of your skin, leaving this red scored mark, and he is applying this dark colored paste to it. And you look over and your companions are here as well, and the same process is happening to them. And the revelry that you left, you're not sure how long ago, is still going on in full force around you. You can see the dancing circles of lizard folk around bonfires. You can see those that have just passed out due to too much food, too much drink, some combination there both, or just dancing themselves to exhaustion. The drums continue to beat, and as you look up, the trails of smoke extend upwards and off of the fires and out into the night sky. You see the moon, and you see a small sliver of white amongst an otherwise dark moon. As all of you are released from the end of this ritual, you look down and your arms are cleansed with fresh water. And on the locations of your choosing, there are newly emblazoned marks in Draconic for the symbol for kinship. And you hear Haas call out, and holding the fang in his hand, he indicates
so
to
I
you.
actually know what they say.
You know what the symbol says, yeah.
Okay, I just didn't know the one that O'Toole had.
Dude, what's mine say?
Sweet.
And so Hosk announces to all the amassed tribe. He says, "Friends of the tribe, no more war with the elves. We go home." And that's going to be the end for tonight, unless anyone else wants to do anything right now.
I want to fall asleep.
But then he killed us because he's secretly a Trandoshan bounty hunter.
It was all just to lull you into a false sense of security.
To do butt stuff.
What was that, Joe?
Butt stuff.
Butt
Come back to the
stuff.
party.
Okay, that is what I thought you said.
Butt stuff.
He is in the Elven Village.
Does Kristen Bell live in this universe?
Nope.
Because I'd like to do her too.
Nope.
She
that
lives
sounds
in
good.
this universe, but she's a talking mushroom.